Right, good evening. Welcome to tonight's meeting. My name is Paula Reid, Mayor of Kingborough. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the meeting on Monday the 18th of May 2026 and welcome to those in the public gallery tonight. Could you please all make sure that your mobile phones are turned onto silent. Being 5:30pm, I now officially declare the meeting open. Council now operates under the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations of 2025. Under these, I'm required to advise you that an audio or audio-visual recording is being made of the meeting. All persons attending the meeting are to be respectful of and considerate towards other persons attending, and language and conduct at the meeting that could be perceived as offensive, defamatory or threatening to a person attending the meeting or listening to the recording is not acceptable. The audio recording of council meetings is made publicly available on our website and meetings are live streamed on YouTube. I now ask staff to confirm that the audio recording has started. Thank you. I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, pay respects to elders past and present, and acknowledge today's Tasmanian Aboriginal community. Our attendees this evening are myself, Councillor Reid, Councillor Antoli, Councillor Bain, Councillor Cordover, Councillor Dean, Councillor Fox, Councillor Midgley, Councillor Richardson and Councillor Street. From our staff this evening, we have the CEO, Mr Stewart, Director of People and Finance, Mr Spinks, Director of Engineering Services, Mr Mackey, Director of Governance, Recreation and Property Services, Mr Smee, Director of Environment, Development and Community Services, Mrs Shakuti, Manager of Environmental Services, Ms Quinn, Environmental Health Officer, Mr De Vries, Team Leader, Statutory Planning, Ms Silver, Environmental Planner, Mr Miranda, Communications Lead, Ms Adams, Executive Assistant, Mrs Morton and Senior Customer Service Officer, Ms Jones. We have no apologies this evening. We're now on page 1, confirmation of minutes. The minutes of the open session of Council meeting number 8 held on the 4th of May 2026 be confirmed as a true record, and I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Got a mover in Councillor Fox and a seconder in Councillor Bain. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried unanimously. Workshops held since the last council meeting. We held a workshop last week, the 11th of May 2026, in relation to council's budget. Still on page 2, declarations of interest. Does any councillor have an interest they would like to declare? No, thank you very much. And while we're on page 2, transfer of agenda items, is there any item on the agenda that a councillor would like to transfer from open into closed session or closed into open session? No, thank you. Questions without notice from the public. Does any member of the public wish to ask a question without notice? If so, please come to the lectern and state your name and suburb before asking your question.
Charlie Biggins, Leslie Vale. Follow-up questions regarding bushfire risk management. According to City of Hobart workshop minutes 11th of May, Kingborough staff have been in discussions since December last year with Hobart City and RACT Insurance regarding a Memorandum of Understanding to conduct detailed bushfire hazard assessments and trial various incentives for landholders of extreme fire risk to reduce bushfire hazards and potentially retain their insurance in the long term. The project will be carried out over 2 years, focusing on 100 to 120 of the most at-risk properties as identified by UTAS Fire Centre across the 2 municipalities. City of Hobart is proposing to contribute $350,000. How much is Kingborough Council proposing to contribute to the joint project?
Mrs Shakuti, could you assist us with that, please?
Thank you. So, yes, that's correct. We have been in discussions with RACT, not in regards to MOU since the time that you mentioned, more just exploring the potential of the partnership and the project. It hasn't been until very recently that we've been able to, with more certainty, I suppose in principle, agree that we would be a partner in that project, which is why there hasn't been further detail on this just yet. It was mentioned to councillors a couple of workshops ago, but not in a high level of detail. At this stage, and it would be pending budget approval, we would be contributing, I suppose, in-kind resourcing, which would be 1 FTE. That would also be assisting our community resilience team in undertaking their work that we do normally as a council as well.
Thank you. Do you have a further question?
Second question. The bushfire impact mapping of Kingborough, conducted by UTAS Fire Centre in 2026, and the 2025 GeoNeon wildfire exposure mapping have both identified between 50 and 60 of the most at-risk buildings across Kingborough. GeoNeon classifies them as being at extremely high wildfire exposure. GeoNeon's mapping also correlates with the Melbourne University roadside bushfire risk mapping that Kingborough Council commissioned with a $15,000 grant in 2023. With so many science-based reports identifying extreme fire risk to specific properties, why hasn't the CEO already instructed council staff to issue fire abatement notices to the owners of the extremely high fire risk vegetation, as per the GeoNeon 2025 report, which also bears Kingborough Council's corporate logo?
Ms. Shakuti.
Thank you. I'll do my best to answer this question. I think there's some confusion between requirements under abatement notices and fire risk. So we would undertake abatement notices if there is somebody on their property who is not maintaining, I suppose, their property or the vegetation on their property to the requisite standard, and it's deemed needing an abatement notice. Because there is mapping showing a high risk doesn't necessarily equate to a person on a or a landowner not maintaining their property as per current guidelines.
Do you have a further question?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
The 2 year project that Kingborough is joining in Hobart and the RACT with includes abatement notices being issued to properties. So I really don't understand how they're not separate at all. Kingborough Council abatement notices are issued by council enforcement officers. Kingborough Council Bushfire Management Officer deals with council land, with the exception of roadside verge vegetation, and doesn't deal with bushfire risk on private land or abatement notices. Kingborough Council's biodiversity officers deal with biodiversity issues on private and public land, whereas City of Hobart has one fire and biodiversity unit where staff work to mitigate bushfire risk, enhance and monitor biodiversity, and also issue abatement notices to private landholders when needed. Have there been any discussions at Kingborough regarding the incorporation of these three roles into one unit and the upskilling and multitasking of council officers?
Ms. Shakuti.
Thank you. I'm unaware of or how Hobart City Council manage that work within their organisation. What I would say is that our Kingborough Bushfire Officer does sit within the Natural Areas and Biodiversity team, so there is already that alignment. And the abatement notice function sits within our compliance team. Those officers are appropriately trained. Abatement notices are really considered a compliance activity that is our general approach is that we like to work with landowners in terms of education and time to have their advice and have their property come into compliance, then get to issuing an abatement notice. So it really is more of a compliance function at Kingborough Council, potentially worth a discussion though.
Can I suggest that as part of this memorandum of understanding that perhaps Council could seek to understand how Hobart is managing their bit of risk. By any metric, Kingborough has twice the amount of buildings at low, medium, high, and very high, and extremely high. At every level, we are at least double what Hobart has, and we're not even looking at what our nearest municipality is doing in this space. So maybe you could take that on notice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Please come forward.
My name's Jennifer Lawrence, live in Kingston, and my questions are in relation to the Kingston View Drive dog exercise area. We've raised a few questions at the last meeting, but in answer to some of the questions that we raised, Councillor Antonelli put a few questions to Mr Smee, and Mr Smee has advised that the earliest that, from what I believe, the earliest that the new Maddox Road dog exercise area could be considered by the council is the 1st of June. And this new area obviously still doesn't have planning approval, and therefore no work on the site can be undertaken. My question is, why then has the council or some of its employees deliberately misled the users of the current Kingston View Drive dog exercise area by recently placing relocation signs stating that the council is working to ensure that the Maddox Road area is open before the date of closure on the sign of the 31st of May, when it's known about the need for council approval on the 1st of June?
Mr Smee.
Thank you for the question. The date, the 1st of June, is the date that relates to the next council meeting when council needs to consider the development application. Now, the requirement to go to a council meeting depends on the number of representations. That's not known until we go to advertising. So it's only been recently, when we've known about the number of representations received, that we've been able to find out that there is a requirement for it to go to the council meeting on the 1st of June. However, I will point out that the project team are in discussions with the contractor. It is our intention and to, as part of those discussions, ensure that the Kingston View Drive Park will be open for a longer period than the 1st of June. And whilst I won't give an ironclad guarantee, we are extremely hopeful that we will be able to delay the closure of the Kingston Park, Kingston View Drive facility to enable an alignment with the timing for the opening of the new facility at Maddox Road.
That's all we're looking for, is a smooth transition. In regards to that, Kingston, the council has known about the need to relocate the dog exercise area if the stadium was approved for probably several years. I mean, let's face it, this has been going on and on in the state government area about a stadium. And I believe Mayor Reid had stated at one time that the sporting precinct wouldn't go ahead unless the stadium went ahead. Is that correct?
I don't recall saying that.
Someone told me that. I was overseas at the time, so I'm not sure. However, my question would be, if you'd known about the fact that this sporting precinct was going to require the relocation of the dog exercise area quite early, why didn't the council consider a preemptive DA once they decided on Maddox Road.
Mr. Smith.
I mean, if you'd done that, that would have ensured that the council was in a position to move quickly once the stadium vote went ahead. And if it didn't go ahead, if you had done the preemptive DA, it would just lapse.
Thank you, Mr. Smee.
There are a series of approvals that are required in order to make an area a declared off-lead dog exercise area, and they are sequential and they are dependent on each other. So council did not resolve to proceed with the Maddox Road site until December. We then needed to go through the process that's required under the Dog Control Act for public advertising and submissions of that. Those submissions were strongly in favour, in support of that particular site. Council then needed to formally declare that it was going to proceed with that site. It was at that point that we were then able to lodge the requirement for a development application. So whilst it may seem that this has been a lengthy process, there are a number of requirements under legislation that we need to go through, and we can't complete one until the previous one has been satisfied. And it has certainly been our intent to ensure that the Kingston View Drive facility was not closed until the new one is ready, and as I stated earlier, we are still working to ensure that that initial promise that we made can be delivered.
Thank you. Do you have a third question?
Yeah, and this is in relation to the Greyhound area, which is there. I mean, whilst you're attempting and trying to coincide the closure and the opening of the new one with the Greyhound enclosure, there's been very strong public reaction and public pressure for the state government to close down greyhound racing. There's quite a lot of greyhounds that are now being rehoused. If you close the Kingston View Drive area before the new one is open, there is no facility within the Kingborough Council area for greyhounds to be exercised. Now, I mean, none of the other fenced-in areas have a dedicated greyhound area. So those users, the greyhound owners, are not going to have anywhere to exercise their greyhounds, which is why one of the reasons we are pressing for a smooth transition where as soon as one closes, the next one opens.
Mr. Smee.
Thank you. Yes, very conscious of the need for the greyhound exercise area. We have included a dedicated greyhound exercise area in the new facility at Maddox Road, and noting that my previous comments, it remains our intent to ensure that there is an alignment between the closure of one and the open of the other.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Please come forward.
Good evening. Andrew Robinson, Kingston. My question.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your name.
Oh, sorry, Andrew Robinson.
Thank you.
Kingston. My questions follow on with the Greyhound Dog Park in particular. Under the Tasmania's Dog Control Act 2000, greyhounds cannot be exercised off-lead in standard public off-lead dog parks, even with a green collar or equivalent assessment. Greyhounds may only be exercised off-lead in off-lead areas specifically declared by councils for greyhound exercise. At the previous council meeting, council acknowledged that it couldn't give us a guarantee the proposed Maddox Road facility would be operational prior to the closure of the Kingston View Drive greyhound enclosure due to the planning approval being underway. What is the anticipated completion and opening timeline for the proposed Maddox Road greyhound exercise facility?
Mr. Smee.
Thank you for the question. Council meet on the 1st. We have a contractor lined up, ready to go on the 2nd, and there is a 3-week period of works, and assuming that all goes fine, it would be around about the 21st, 22nd of June that facility would be open.
During that same meeting, repeated reference was made to there being 13 other off-lead dog exercise areas within the municipality. However, these are not lawful off-lead alternatives for greyhound owners under the Dog Control Act 2000, unless specifically declared for greyhound exercise. Council also stated that extending the use of the current Kingston View Drive facility was certainly under consideration, while timelines continue to be monitored. If the Maddox Road facility is not operational by the 31st of May, will Council commit to extending the operation of the current Kingston View Drive Greyhound enclosure, or temporarily declaring another suitable fenced area until a lawful replacement or facility becomes available?
Mr. Smee.
As I've indicated earlier, it is our intention to ensure that the current facility remains open until the Maddox Road one is available.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question? If so, please come forward.
Yeah, Richard Woolley, Lower Snug. My question's for the candidates for the Deputy Mayor's position.
No, I'm sorry, you're not able to ask questions of the candidates for the Deputy Mayoral positions because the election of the Deputy Mayor is on tonight's agenda.
Okay, I thought that might be the case.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Please come forward.
Mark Donnellan from Huntingfield. From what I can tell from a moment of searching, last year the Council began public engagement on the financial year budget in March. When will public engagement begin on this year's budget, and can you provide a rough timeline of milestones for this financial year's budget?
Yep, the CEO.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we're doing it a little bit differently this year. Over the last 12 months, we've done a number of pieces of engagement, including around the strategic plan and last year's budget. So there's been a number of sort of iterative inputs that we've had into the organisation. So we feel like we've had a fair amount of community input so far. So the budget creation process is well underway at the moment, and we intend to come out with some information about considerations of the budget and what the council is planning on investing in some public release coming out over the next couple of weeks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, please come forward. No? Okay, we'll continue on. Oh, no. Got to be fast around here. If I'd been auctioning a house, you would have missed out.
Karen Groves, Snug Tees. Actually quite relevant to what Mark just asked you. So I have a couple of questions about following up from the AGM motion that I had passed in December about communication and the discussions around that subsequently by council after that was raised as a motion and passed. Several suggestions have been put forward in those discussions around some changes that might happen for engagement and communication with maybe all communities in Kingborough, but particularly rural communities. Suggestions include that we have some information in rates, notices or emails as to how people are receiving information from council, that minimum standards for notification might be posted in your own policies rather than TPCs, that community meetings are in different places other than Kingborough or Kingston, and maybe that some other media might be used at events such as posters and QR codes. Can I have an example of one concrete change that has happened in the last 7 months, or when that might start? For example, when the report's due in August?
The CEO.
Sorry, I'm not sure I've quite followed the question. So there was the AGM motion that we provided a response to, so that has been done. Look, we're working on a number of things within, in particular, our digital strategy as a key facet for how we reach our community. That's a a significant piece of work and a multi-year piece of work that council will be driving through. There are some really quick wins within there. I think that'll help us have some better connectivity with our community, including using our digital channels more effectively, having a greater degree of flexibility with the emails that we hold. We're currently constrained with the majority of emails that we have around only using them for the purpose that they were required, and that being quite narrow. So there's some of those types of things that we need to work on. In terms of our overall community engagement approach, I think I would need to have a chat to the team about specific examples of when and where that might have occurred, but certainly I think you should see over the next little while a number of examples of us being able to engage with all our communities in a more effective way. I'll give you an example. Recently, I travelled with one of the councillors down to Middleton, South Channel, to meet with the community group down there, face-to-face conversation with them to hear the things that are on their mind so that I can bring that back into the organisation and make sure that that's a actionable list of things that we can consider. So that was just last week.
Excellent. Thank you. I had heard a rumour, but I wasn't sure exactly what it constituted. So
Sure.
Appreciate it. My second question is related. So just having a look at your website, where you do note that engagement is essential, as we've been talking about it, I noticed some of the ways that you engage are through surveys, meetings, forums, online submissions to seek solutions and feedback. The last 3 or 4 pieces of feedback or community engagement were all based on surveys and online, as far as I could see, having been part of giving some feedback on those. I just want to know, how has that included people, for example, who have low literacy, for those that don't use social media or the internet, the elderly who may not talk to anyone except for face-to-face, or people who have limited time, such as young parents or those that work full-time?
Sorry, Ms. Shakuti.
I volunteered to answer this one because some of the engagement we've been undertaking relates to work in environmental EDC. Sorry, I always get, it's a very long name to have to say every time. So, for example, we've recently done the youth engagement that will inform part of our community development strategy. We've gone directly to schools, youth groups, events that youth are attending to seek input. We've also, a large project that we've undertaken is a consultation with the Snug community about what adaptation is going to look like for them moving forward with, I suppose, the coastal hazards that they may be experiencing. So there's been town hall meetings, guided walks, direct engagement with the local groups, for example, Scouts and the cricket club down there, as well as, of course, surveys, etc. And then we've also been doing engagement for our disaster resilience strategy, and similarly, it's been a combination of both online but also engaging directly with our community groups and attending, so for example, events where we know, there's going to be a cross-section of the public there, and directly engaging verbally to seek that input. So we get a really, first of all, we get more input, and we get a better cross-section of our community, and it also helps those people who are, digital literacy isn't their first sort of go-to in terms of engaging with council, so it assists those people being able to provide feedback as well.
I know we all love a chat down at the local shop, for example. My last question is, again, around more of an equality of service being experienced in Kingborough. And I'm sorry if I don't understand, so I would like to understand, given that rates are a tax on land and not a fee for service, I find it interesting that rates they do are adjusted according to the value of your land, your home, and what services you do or don't receive. So, for example, my home, I don't receive water, garbage, or mail. I don't pay any other fee except for, or not a fee, I don't pay except for a general rate, and so on. But, for example, my potholes are rarely ever filled on my road, right at the end of a road, although I've even caught people having the potholes filled at the beginning of the road and being told that, oh no, our list says the road only goes to here, where you can clearly see my house further up the road. So I'm just trying to understand how you do prioritise, for example, our favourite potholes. Does that happen when, based on the cost of the land or the rates I pay or the size of the potholes or the location of the pothole? Not to be facetious.
Mr Mackey.
Yeah, thank you for the question. No, I can confirm that your rates or where you live doesn't define where we go and fix potholes. So if you've got concerns regarding potholes in your area, please call them through to the service desk and we can register and we'll get them resolved. Basically, we resolve it on a level of service. So if the pothole's deemed requiring repair, we'll go and repair it, and similar to corrugations. And again, we've got a standard around when we intervene. But again, I just encourage you, if you've got issues with reoccurring potholes, please ring them through.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Please come forward. Oh, sorry, we just have to... We've got a slight technical problem with the microphones. If you could just wait, we just need to mute them and reset them. You can't do that again because it's a red button. All good? Yep, okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Joel Hodson, Middleton. Just to carry on from Mr Biggins' question, I'm just curious, was it the workshop on the 10th of the 2nd regarding community resilience that this fire stuff was discussed with councillors?
CEO.
So, no, that wasn't part of the workshop on that date. It was a subsequent date. I believe it will have been in April when we first foreshadowed the opportunity around the partnership that's currently under consideration.
Talking about community engagement, does council understand how frustrating it is that we have to find out things like this about what is potentially the biggest risk factor in our community from the City of Hobart?
CEO.
The partnership that we're talking about here was one that we were negotiating in confidence at that point in time. My view is it would still be something that we were talking with councillors about up to this point. The City of Hobart has a policy around some of their workshops being open, which we don't have here, and it was on the open agenda of their workshop. Look, we, up until quite recently, had been in conversations that these were still commercial in confidence, the discussions we had. Look, we were not aware that it was going to be out in the public as a result of the City of Hobart workshop, so when I heard tell of it through other channels, I was quite surprised to hear that. So, look, I can't comment on how the City of Hobart do things, but certainly we believed we were upholding commercial confidence in the negotiations and discussions we were having up until that point.
I had another question, but I'm going to switch over to roads now, my favourite.
Sure.
I noticed that the graders have been around Middleton lately grading some roads, and that's great and fantastic. I'm going to Majors Road. Is there a particular reason that was skipped, particularly after all the discussions that I've had here and elsewhere about its lack of maintenance and really poor condition? I understand it doesn't have many people use it. It is a council-owned and maintained road. I remember last year there was discussion that it would have some minor maintenance occur over summer if that's happened, it's negligible and I'd like to see some photo evidence of it, exactly what was happening, apart from a few small branches being trimmed. But the graders were there. It's still a mess. There's still rubbish.
Mr. Mackey.
I think I'm thanking you for the question. What specifically is the question? Is it why?
Why hasn't it been maintained?
Yeah, look, I will take that question on notice, but we do have a grading schedule. I'd have to take that back to the depot to understand where it is on the grading schedule and whether or not we had done any minor repairs over the summer months.
Thank you. Any further questions? Please come forward.
Hello, Alison Rogers, Tinderbox. I'm just circling back to a question that I asked on the 19th of January in relation to getting some clarity around what property owners can do in relation to bushfire preparedness. I note that we did get a response on the 2nd of February, and I do have a question about that. So the council officer's response, and I won't quote the whole thing, but for immediate clarity, council can confirm that no approval is required to collect and remove sticks, leaves, leaf litter or bark that have fallen on the ground on your property for the purpose of reducing bushfire risk. This type of routine property maintenance does not interfere with natural values in a way that requires a permit, and it is recognised as an appropriate and proactive bushfire risk reduction activity. My question for that is, has that policy changed recently? Would that be something that's new, or is that something that's been in place for many, many years?
Mr. Cootey.
I would have to take that on notice, as I haven't been here for many years, but not to my knowledge.
So the reason why I asked that question is that there is still a lot of confusion out in the community, and we've had some incidences reported to us where council officers have attended to instruct people to stop removing leaf litter and debris from the ground that has fallen, which also included a tree that had fallen in the wind, and they were specifically told they are not to remove trees that have fallen naturally because it becomes habitat. So I guess I circle back to my original question on the 19th of January because people are a little bit scared of being fined because they're hearing stories out in the community about significant fines that may or may not go through, but the act of having people attend property to, to be told that you're doing something wrong, I guess, is giving people an element of fear. And given that we're a few months down the track from when I asked that question, and in a period of time which I believe is a really optimal time for doing bushfire preparedness in the cooler weather so that we can mitigate for the coming bushfire season of 26-27. Just wondering how close we are for that fact sheet to arrive.
Thank you. I hope Ms Quinn doesn't mind me handing to her because her team, as well as our planning team, have been working on this. So, yeah, able to provide an update. Thank you.
Sorry, let's move this forward. Okay. There is a fairly new fact sheet on Council's website that has updated the information about what you need to do if you'd like to remove a tree on your property or native vegetation. So that has been updated, and we can provide a link potentially to where that is if people have trouble finding it. So we have done that. We are going to actually add to it though. So it explains, what you need to do if you would like to remove native vegetation from your property. But what we're going to do is do some frequently asked questions to make it even clearer. I am wondering about this idea that a council officer may have spoken to someone and said not to pick up fallen leaves or limbs. I'm wondering if that may have been in an educational context. It's really... I find it unusual that someone would tell someone that, given that it's the planning scheme that's the head of power in this situation, and I guess that's how we've provided answers previously around these questions is what activities are exempt under the planning scheme, because there is nothing else that is creating that head of power apart from the planning scheme. So any changes that have occurred would be to do with the planning scheme in recent time, and the planning scheme, as we know, hasn't yet changed. For quite a while. So there is information on the website if people want to see that updated fact sheet. But I do wonder if officers have potentially provided advice or environmental education. So they might be saying, maybe consider before clearing up a fallen tree that it can be habitat for native wildlife. They're not providing a direction that you can't do that, but they may have done that in an educational sense, because we absolutely do that.
I can assure you that it wasn't done in an educational sense. It was done in a telling off, you're doing the wrong thing sense. And then those property owners checked with TasFire in relation to the advice that they received from those officers, to which TasFire's eyebrows were raised. But they classified it as a bad experience and a pretty rude experience.
I'm really happy to if they're comfortable to speak to those landowners, because we want to do better. So if that is the case, then I'd really like that opportunity to reassure them and talk to them about what those guidelines are and give them the fact sheet, so we can make sure that people are informed about what they can and can't do. So if they are willing to email council, then I'm really happy to answer those questions.
Let them know, and thank you. Look forward to the fact sheet.
Thank you. Any further questions, please come forward.
Tamika Adkins of Oyster Cove.
Thank you.
So last fortnight at question time, I asked around the data breach and cyber incident, and we were informed that an investigation is happening and there would be some updates at some point in time. It's been a fortnight and there's been the proverbial crickets. So I was just wondering if there is going to be an update. Is there any more information available?
Yep, the CEO.
Yeah, thank you. Look, as I mentioned, we would do the update once we had the investigation complete. We've completed the internal investigation, so we've done our internal investigation. However, we're still waiting on the external agency who we brought in to do that work as well, their report. So I'm not in a position to provide any further updates at this stage, other than to say the information that we've provided up until this point is seeming to be factually accurate in terms of the time frame and the information that was within that cyber incident.
Thank you. So one of the, common gripes that we've heard over the last however long is communication. So it's been a fortnight, and whilst I appreciate that the internal part has been done and you're now waiting for the external part, from a community perspective, why aren't we at least hearing that? Why do I have to come to a council question time and ask you questions to find out this for the community, when that could be a really simple update? You wouldn't have to hear from me.
The CEO.
Yeah, look, we've communicated that the council website is the source of truth on this one, and that's where we've been providing updates, especially in that initial phase when we were in the sort of throes of trying to discover the information that was involved, where it had gone, how far it had gone, those types of things. Look, that is still the source of information. Understand that the questions from you, you're wanting to know more. The fact remains that the information that we talked about there in terms of a data file that had property owner names, occupier names and addresses is still the substantive information that we have to share. I don't want to make any comments further at this stage until we have all the evidence, including the external review, to make sure that I don't mislead the community in any way. So, look, I'm expecting that we will receive that this week or next week at the latest. so we'll be in a position to close this incident out at that point.
And I would certainly appreciate that information, because that's what I wanted to know, and I'm sure that's what others wanted to know. So the council website is the source of truth, and that information has been given to us, but there has been no update since the 3rd, which was the original update. So again, from a community perspective, it's kind of like pulling teeth when we have to get this information, when a simple update to the update to say that small amount of information I think would be really helpful to the community, just to sort of settle the waters a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, please come forward. Okay. Moving on, we're still on page 2. Questions on notice from the public. If you do wish to submit a question on notice, you can do so by completing the relevant form on Council's website or by emailing casey@kingborough.tas.gov.au. We had a number of questions on notice. The first one from Mr Hodgson with a response from Ms Shakuti in relation to Crown Road access. Next one from Mr Biggins with a response from Mr Basham in relation to abatement notices. Next one from Mr Charles with a response from Mr Stander in relation to Blackmans Bay and Bonnet Hill SAPs. And one from Mr Charles with a response from Mr Stander in relation to supporting data for the proposed Blackmans Bay and Bonnet Hill SAPs. Takes us to page 7, questions without notice from councillors. Does any councillor have a question without notice? Councillor Midgley, followed by Councillor Bain. Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. A couple of questions from me. Could I please be provided an update regarding the Margate to Huntingfield Shared Pathway project following the outcome from last council meeting's action? There's been there's been a lot of community talk, and I've been invited to the Margate Bridge in regards to looking at that section of the pathway project, and a lot of people have emailed me in regards to wanting an update. So I'm just wondering if we could please find out a bit more of any action since that motion was supported.
Mr Mackie.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so since the notice of motion last week, and I guess our commitment to advocate for this project, we've set up a meeting with the Minister's office, and that's scheduled for next Monday, where we'll be exploring the commitment and the schedule and the next steps around that piece of work. We also acknowledge the community feedback around the challenging access from
As I mentioned earlier, if we could please make sure that all mobile phones are switched to silent. It is very disrupting to the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Acknowledge the community feedback about the challenge and safe access from Margate through to the Bowls Club and the head of the Northwest Bay Trailhead. We will be talking about that with the Minister as well, to also determine whether or not there can be a staged approach to dealing with some of those important parts of the corridor study.
Councillor Midgley, further question?
Yes, I spent several hours, maybe about 7 hours yesterday in the sports precinct, and spoke to a lot of different people around some matters up there. So I've just got a few of those. I guess some of the biggest topics that I heard raised were around parking. People were wondering and are kind of a bit worried if there was going to be enough parking. Yesterday there was a cup between the NPL League and the other ages, and so a lot of the car parks were full. People were wondering, with the new high performance centres, will those areas be available for parking, say on weekends and after hours, or will there be boom gates kind of closing those? And are we absolutely assured that there will be enough parking in that precinct?
Mr Smee.
There will certainly be more parking provided within the precinct as a result of these developments. The Jack Jumpers High Performance Training Centre brings with it an additional 37 car parks. The AFL High Performance Centre has dedicated parking for players. There'll be some 83 car parks for players, and then there'll be an additional 65 car parks for staff and visitors, in addition to the formalised car parking that we're going to develop through the upgrade of Gormley Drive, where there will be additional on-street parking, as well as the formalisation of the car parking at Gormley Park itself. In relation to whether they will be available for public use on the weekend, those car parks will be, with the exception of the players' car park for the high performance centre. That is required to be as part of the licence condition. That's required to be available for players 24 hours and as a dedicated facility. So that particular car park will be player access only.
Councillor Midgley.
Question that was asked of me was around whether there'll be solar panels on any of the high performance centre buildings, noting that there isn't anything there for the jack jumpers and the jewels. I know it's not council's responsibility, but I thought state growth might have a policy where all new builds included that. So yeah, just following that up as well.
Mr. Smee.
Neither of the two high performance centre buildings have within their current design the provision of solar panels. I know that the jack jumpers certainly have a desire to include it as part of their facility, and they are negotiating that with the state government, but I don't know the outcome, but it's certainly a desire.
Councillor Midgley, anything further?
One more question. I guess there's a lot happening in that area, and there will be continuing a lot to happen that might impact, parking, disrupting access and things like that. There's a great outcome at the end, but I guess I think some of these comments were raised by community members tonight, like how are we ensuring that all the user groups and all the people who attend that precinct are kept up to date and know what's happening. And I guess in regards to all the different user groups, have we ever thought about establishing some sort of sports centre precinct kind of user group where all the different athletics and soccer and AFL and basketball and netball and everything that's in the sports centre can kind of come together and be kept up to date? Because it seems like there's a lot of information and I could ask a lot more questions. I have sent some to officers, but I won't ask the details around where's the lighting and where's the oval and where's the this. And I guess in the future, are we kind of looking at that kind of comms? I've seen that work well in other councils and I don't know, we thought about that.
Mr. Smee.
In terms of how we're keeping stakeholders informed at present, there's a monthly newsletter that goes out that you can sign up to get updates in relation to the project. The team hold dedicated community drop-in sessions. There was one on the weekend that was with residents in relation to the development of Oval 4. We've held meetings with individual affected stakeholders. There's a precinct coordination group that involves the key stakeholders that are looking at how all of the works are coordinated and the impacts, and there is a plan to form a broader precinct group with probably going back to the days of when we used to have the Kingborough Sports Precinct Advisory Committee. It would be a similar model to that that includes all of the users within the precinct that would meet on, say, a quarterly basis to receive updates. But certainly there's plenty of provision to receive regular updates through our regular newsletter or simply touch base with the project team, and they're more than happy to meet with any stakeholder in relation to any issues they may have.
Any further questions? No? Councillor Bain.
Mayor, we have Springtime Village Shopping Centre opening shortly, which I imagine is going to be quite popular and generate a fair bit of additional traffic around that part of the Channel Highway. Interested to know if we have any recent updates from the Department of State Growth regarding a couple of projects that I think may help ease some of that congestion. So the first one is the State Government's Argana roundabout upgrade and Kingston Bypass duplication project. Have we received any recent updates on that one?
But I'm aware of Mr. Mackey. Oh, no, the CEO.
Thanks for the question. Look, last time I inquired about this, it was understood that it was going a bit slower than they had hoped because of the EPBC referral. So that's referral to the federal government to make sure that there wasn't some risk to, natural environment and those types of things, endangered flora and fauna as part of the duplication there. I did write to the state government today after receiving you foreshadowing this question to see if I could get an update. I haven't had one yet, but we'll make that available as soon as I hear something.
Further question?
Yeah, just the second one. The Spring Farm Village development included a space for a bus stop out the front on the Channel Highway, which I believe was done at the request of state growth. It would obviously be a big win for those who rely on public transport to access these services, and also for the Spring Farm residents who aren't serviced by Metro. So interested, do we have any indications from state growth when they'll have the bus stop outside Spring Farm Village up and running?
CEO?
Likewise, to the last question, I have written to the Department of State Growth asking for an update on that one about when they'll be activating it and making sure that they're aware of the opening of Spring Farm Village. So I will await the response from them on that.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? No, if not, we'll keep going. We're on page 7, questions on notice and councillors. At the time the agenda was compiled, there were no questions on notice and councillors. So open session of council now adjourns and the Planning Authority commences at 6:25 p.m. We are on officers' reports to the Planning Authority, page 8, DA 2025-70, development application for dwelling and 2 visitor accommodations at 40 Parawina Road, Alona and adjoining Crown land, with the recommendation on page 54. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved Councillor Cordova, seconded Councillor Midgley. Councillor Cordova.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. We're looking here at the development application, the demolition of the existing outbuildings and footings, the construction of a new dwelling, 2 visitor accommodation cabins, and associated works, including the upgrade of an access over Crown land, the establishment of a bushfire compliant driveway, installation of wastewater system and establishment of bushfire hazard management areas for the dwelling and the cabin. An interesting one, the 2 holiday cabins are proposed with identical floor plans, and the way that they are proposed to look is like a 2-storey tower-like shaped buildings with primary material being wood, rock tiles and a steel roof. The application proposes the upgrade of a portion of the vehicular access over Crown land contiguous to the council-maintained road there. There'll be 2 car parking spaces for the dwelling and 2 car parking spaces for each cabin. Where the area of contention will be, which I'll come to momentarily, is, well, it's manyfold, but certainly I've heard correspondence from concerned local residents around the impact on amenity and also the height as well, so we'll come to that shortly. A bushfire hazard report has been prepared for the proposed dwelling and visitor accommodation cabins. The establishment of that bushfire hazard management area for the dwelling and holiday cabins doesn't require the removal of any particular trees. However, understory must be maintained at minimum fuel levels in accordance with the bushfire requirements stipulated by Australian standards. A particular area of interest for me that I spent some time grappling with was in relation to the North Barker report that was prepared, a natural values survey letter that explains the extent of the eucalyptus pulchella forest and woodland, and the applicant has provided written advice relating to a willingness to enter into a Part 5 agreement relating to the private timber reserve. Before we talk about the height issue, I just wanted to draw attention to the natural values assessment from Mulcahy Services. I'll just quote, so that this they identified threatened species, and it is mentioned here, and a constituent has raised what I believe to be a legitimate concern around threatened species, a particular orchid that's been identified within 1 kilometre of that area. The natural values assessment itself identified Latham snipe and Eucalyptus ovata, and I'll just quote from that report where it says, and this is in the report, except for 40 spotted pardalotes, all the threatened fauna species recorded within 1 kilometre are relatively wide-ranging and are likely to use areas of the property for foraging and denning or roosting. However, the small area of potential habitat impacted by this proposed development is unlikely on its own to constitute a significant area of habitat for any of these species due to scale, condition and nearby human disturbance. And there were, when this issue of the orchid was raised in a representation, ecologists from both Mulcahy Services and North Barker were consulted, after that representation was received, they acknowledged that the list indicates that that species has been identified within 1 kilometre of the site, but there's not enough information to conclude that the proposal will impact on these. The ecologists also provided verbal advice that no orchid was found during any site survey, but acknowledged that orchids can be better surveyed during flowering seasons. It's acknowledged that orchids may be present in the area, but without any evidence, there's no head of power in the planning scheme to require any condition in that regard. The applicant has been advised that there may be orchids within the site. So my first question on this particular issue is, what mechanism is there for either citizen scientists or the proponent, the owner or neighbours, when and if something is found, will that, if this goes through tonight, will that stop works? Will that, what interventions are available to concerned residents with respect to that particular threatened species?
Ms Silva or Mr Miranda? Mr Miranda.
I can try to answer that question. Thank you for the question. If an orchid is found, it should be reported to the state government, the list, hopefully accompanied with the advice of an ecologist. So it can be noted in the state-wise information, land information. But in terms of the planning scheme and how can it stop the development, my opinion is that there is nothing in this case to require, for example, a survey of the land to find any orchid or anything like that. That's as far as I can answer, really.
Councillor Cordova.
Thank you. Just to the issue of the height limits and the setbacks, which were raised as concerns for those people who are opposed to this proposal. Can you just talk us through the justification for those, the heights and the setbacks? Please just talk us through the council's justification for it.
Mr Miranda.
Well, the site is quite particular. So when you can see the aerial imagery, there is a lot of clear land. However, before they put the application with us, they have planted a whole forest of blue gums in the northern part of the lot. So that site is not clear anymore. It has been identified in the NBA as having natural community, in this case regeneration community. The planning scheme have different kind of values that are not prioritized in the planning scheme. Natural values, protection of natural values, and land use conflict are both that in this case coming to a kind of the same level. In order to protect the natural values, they have tried to build in the clear land where they require less clear up on the story and the minimum tree removal. And the fact that there is a ridge line going through the site kind of define where the setbacks are going to be. In this case was considered that 30 meters from the setbacks was protecting those natural values and that the land use conflict was not going to be unreasonable. In terms of the height is, it complies with the acceptable solutions in terms of the visitor accommodation. Since
I'm going to really lose patience with mobile phones if that happens again. Mr Miranda.
Thank you, Mayor. Since the acceptable solution allows for 10 meters for non-residential development, in this case, visitor accommodation is non-residential, so it complies.
Councillor Cordova.
Thank you for those answers. Through you, Mayor. So I think we've heard about, and it's in the report, based on the topography, the distances of the proposed buildings from those sensitive uses, and the regeneration of the vegetation and also the existing vegetation. The report says that it's considered that the proposal will not fetter any likely non-sensitive use on that property. there's clearly upset among the people who have written in opposing this, and potentially from others as well. It's an area where I think far be it from me to say that there may be merits to those criticisms, or I am convinced by my reading of the report that I am going to vote in favour in accordance with the recommendation by Council's planning officers. But as I say, if there is merit to the representations in opposition, then they should be tested in an appeals process, and so I wouldn't want to prejudice that process any further by editorialising. So I do support this on the basis that the impact won't be. Let's be clear that for those people who have made representations, their amenity is affected, and they are deeply concerned and they are upset, and I certainly sympathise with them. But despite that, I'm voting in favour of this as a result of the comprehensive report by our planning officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Antoli and then Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got questions regarding the 2.4.3 setbacks and land use section. So the Part 5 agreement appears to include provisions for land management that addresses the potential conflicts that are discussed. And there's going to be a substantial amount of re-vegging happen, which is fantastic. How does that work in terms of water use? We can re-veg, but my understanding from the locals, even there, if you're not watering these saplings, they will die and perish. There's a lot of, I've gotten phone calls of concerns around that. Is that our problem to worry about? How do we manage that, given that it is a Part 5 and we have controls?
Mr. Miranda.
Well, the Part 5 agreement is in relation to other stuff. It's in relation to noise impact, so it doesn't include any management of the vegetation of the forest. And in terms of the planting they have already done, it was done before the plan application, and the permit doesn't govern anything in relation to that.
Councillor Antoli.
So I'm hearing that the planting has already happened prior to the DA. Is that right? Okay. I didn't quite capture that. Can I ask a question about the height of the structures? So that's come up for a lot of complaint and concern. Personal opinions aside, how do we've mentioned that, the nearest neighbour is well over 100 metres away, but I mean the height is substantial. Is it 8.5 metres or thereabout? Have I got that figure right? What's the height of those TP-like structures?
Mr. Miranda.
According to the plans, is 9 metres from the natural level.
So how do we determine? So if this statement that it's over 100 metres away, is that explicit in LUPA that when it's 100 metres away with some screening, it's not our problem? Why did we use that figure? How do we get that? How do we determine loss of amenity, visual amenity, when a person complains with something so tall?
Mr. Miranda.
So addressing the visual amenity and the loss of privacy for these towers, it includes not only the distance from the boundary, but also the topography and the vegetation around. We made our assessment based on the information we have available, basically desktop assessment, some site visits. From the assessment we did, the height of the towers, yes, they will impact on the amenity of the neighboring property, but because they are surrounded by existing trees, existing vegetation, there is kind of a buffer or a reduce of the visual impacts. And based on the topography, the possibility of overlook the other property is also reduced, since as I tried to explain in the report, the eye level will be below the level of the natural ground level of the shed, existing shed. And then we have distance that is kind of give us an opportunity to assess how far it is and how it will impact the visual in terms of loss of privacy.
Councillor Antoli.
So what you're saying is there is a cluster of decisions or cluster of factors that you take into account above and beyond someone's opinion. It's tall, it's ugly, it's going to block my view. You've sort of taken a look at the topography, how integrated into the topography it is, that sort of a thing. Is that what you're basically saying?
Mr Miranda.
Yes, and of course that is based on what the planning scheme requires.
Councillor Antoli.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I find no reason based on the planning scheme to oppose this. Has my microphone? Oh, there, it's back on again. I find no reason based on the planning scheme to oppose this. I must admit, to me, it actually seems like quite an attractive venture, innovative, and who knows, it might end up being like the Opera House one day where everyone hated it, but now they all value it because it's made their property prices go up because it's interesting. So we'll see if that happens. So thanks for the effort that you've put into answering people's legitimate concerns. And as a member of the Planning Authority, I can't argue against something that I don't have any planning ruling to argue against because it puts the entire council at jeopardy at TASCAT. So I'll be approving it as well.
Thank you. Any further contributions? Councillor Fox and then Councillor Midgley.
I guess my interpretation of the word reasonable is something that concerns me. I'm aware that this is in a rural area and they're introducing a visitors' accommodation within a rural area. And I feel that even though the pods are quite high, they're fairly close to a boundary, and the fact that there are many high trees between the actual pods and the boundary doesn't mean that those trees are always going to be there, especially in a rural area where people do cut down trees and legitimately harvest them and cause a lot of noise and chainsawing, etc., let alone the fire issue that might come up or wanting to clear the forest for fire reasons. So I just feel that, and the other issue is, of course, the use of water by the actual visitors and how that's going to impact on the limited resource of water on Bruny Island. And I'm quite concerned about the orchids not obviously being there, but not having been identified by the consultant doesn't mean they're not there. I know that there are all sorts of restrictions about having to actually visualise these things, but we can't turn the clock back once this application's gone through and the orchids are found. We can't say, oh, sorry. And the same with the pods. I'm quite comfortable with the house being built, but to have visitor accommodation in a rural area so close to a neighbour who would be concerned about being overlooked while they're in the shed or doing tractor work or even doing chainsaw work because they do intend to do regular clearing of their forest next door, the impact of that is going to be substantial. And originally this area was zoned rural, and I think a rural activity shouldn't be fettered. And I'm just wondering how we can say it's not being fettered, and wondering if there's any comment from staff on that.
Mr Miranda.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, it's more like, as you said at the beginning of your question, it's more the idea of what is reasonable and what is unreasonable, and how do we really understand those words and how we try to translate it case by case in the planning applications. Based on the planning scheme, and I do also want to publicly say that I value all the concerns, and I try to answer to them and use the planning scheme to make a recommendation. I think the key word in here is reasonable, and based on what we assessed, we believe that the impact that is going to occur is not unreasonable. It's not going to go over that threshold in which they won't be able to do the use, the agricultural use, for example. In terms of the removal of trees within the property, they don't have a private timber reserve anymore. So the removal of trees would very likely to require a planning permit. I'm talking about the 40 Parawina site. So those trees are supposed to stay in there. However, there is no Part 5 agreement or covenant that are going to strictly obligate them to keep them in there. The Bushfire report confirmed that the removal of those trees is not required for Bushfire so far. So that's the information we have at the moment, and that's the information we have to use to make our recommendation. So, yeah.
Councillor Fox, anything further?
No, I feel uncomfortable about this, I guess. I realise that the planning scheme isn't very strong on some of these issues, but I'll be guided by other councillors, but I just don't feel very comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Midgley.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thank you to officers for the report. I found it it was laid out really well, and it was, just stepped out how it all works and the Part 5 agreements and the neighbouring issues and how, working together with the applicant to mitigate, I guess, some of the concerns from everyone. So thanks for explaining that really clearly. And also in regards to the representations, the responses as well, gave a really, great example and understanding in regards to, the many representations that were in the report. And I guess in summary of that, when anywhere that we live, if it's urban or rural, and I think particularly rural, when you have, and urban as well, when you're getting a set of townhouses behind you looking into your backyard. But yeah, rural as well. We know people go there for a certain amenity. And so when there is that sort of change, and being a place even like Bruny Island, which is, very rural, like going, down to Middleton as well, there's a certain amenity there that people live there for. And so the issues that are raised around the concerns around, the noise, the lights, the traffic, the wildlife protection, the naming of the white wallabies on properties, and worried that, visitors might be, wanting to capture that photo of that. I guess I really just want to acknowledge those people who put the representation is. Like, they are really valid concerns, but when we sit as a planning authority, we have to assess it against the planning scheme. And from my reading, I think it was Councillor Cordova said, like, it seems to meet like all of the requirements. So that was, I guess, my summary in reading all of that. But I did have a couple of questions, and one of them was just regarding the visitor management plan. I'm wondering if you could just tell us a bit more about that, I guess some of the key highlights taken into account, like around the local wildlife, biodiversity and the noise. And also there was a point in the report that said they did not expect booking frequency of once per week. So does that make sense? Sorry, yeah. Anyway, it seemed like a very minimal sort of booking frequency. And I was just a bit surprised. Somewhere else said about half full or something like that. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us a bit more about this visitor management plan.
Mr. Miranda.
Thank you. So the visitor booking is what they provide to us as information. We basically are bounded to assess what they are proposing. We cannot just go and say, okay, I don't believe you, or something like that. Sorry about that. In relation to the visitor management plan, well, we did write a condition more strong than usual in terms of the visitor management plan, including elements to inform the the visitors at the booking stage about the uses that can occur in the adjoining land, in the adjoining property, including the forestry activity, regulate and manage the behavior of the visitors, and also advise the visitor in relation to the wildlife that is in the area, among other elements that we put in the condition, which is condition 8. And this visitor management plan needs to be approved by the the manager development services, and the neighbors will have a copy of them before they can start the use. So it gives the neighbors a little bit of reassurance and a layer of control. I'll say it's soft control, but they can in a way control what happens in the visitor accommodation. And so that's how it incorporates most of the elements in the representation that can be incorporated under the planning scheme, of course.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. Also, just noting the reference, picking up that again around the concern around water. That was in one of the representations as well. So, is there? I couldn't quite see if the applicant now does have to have water tanks, or is that maybe not a requirement of the planning scheme, and the reuse of stormwater to mitigate the requirement of potable water? Sorry if I missed that. Is that actually something that we can suggest?
Mr. Miranda.
So there is a requirement to manage the stormwater under the planning scheme in code E7, but it is not really connected to the requirement of have potable water. That is not regulated under the planning scheme.
Water tanks?
So the water tanks are required. They have provided water tanks in the proposal for both the cabins and the dwelling. So that's compliant with the requirement of the stormwater code, which require that stormwater is managed and reused. Yes.
Anything further, Councillor Midgley? Yep.
Just one more question. Like Councillor Antoli, I thought the designs were really interesting, but then it made me think of the DDA compliance there, and wheelchair sort of accessible. It didn't look like they would be to me, but is there anything at all, especially in regard to visitor accommodation? Like, what is the requirement in regards to that?
Mr. Miranda.
There is no planning requirement, but it will be requested in the building process, in the building application.
Anything further, Councillor Midgley? Councillor Street.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of the questions that I wanted to ask about this application have already been asked, but just in terms of the one thing that I do have I've got a lot of sympathy for much of the representations. The one thing that I do have quite a bit of sympathy for is this question of impact on sensitive use. Now, I think I have to accept that the visitor management plan is sufficient to mitigate against a lot of that impact, especially the impact on neighbouring agricultural use, running of livestock and the like. But I suppose I just want to put on record my view that's going to have to be very carefully managed to ensure that it achieves that purpose. And some of the things that have been raised with me, and I know happen on Bruny Island with visitors entering into paddocks and interfering with livestock, do need to be managed appropriately, and certainly should be part of that management plan when it does get to an officer level for approval. Just a question around the Part 5 agreement in terms of how it is proposed to mitigate impact on neighbouring timber reserve use. So we're reminded constantly that we can't condition permits into approval and that we need to be careful about where that line is. What would you say to the proposition that pushes that issue down the road to a future user and puts the obligation to mitigate on them rather than it actually being compliant? Do you think that's an issue, or is it enough that those terms in the Part 5 will exist for mitigation of noise and the like in future?
Mr. Miranda.
Thank you, Councillor. The Part 5 agreement was proposed by the applicant as a response to one of the, not as directly a response of one of the representations, but as a response of the issues raised by representatives in terms of how to manage how to protect the harvesting and all the forestry activity in the property at the same time of protect the dwelling from the nuisance, environmental health nuisance. So in this case, the Part 5 agreement constitute more like a layer of extra security to for that use to continue and to reduce the land use conflict. The onus is going to fall on the owner of the dwelling, which kind of secure that it will stay in the title, and anyone who is going to buy the property is going to be aware of that there is that condition in the title. So I think as it is enough. But
so you would,
Councillor Street.
So you would expect in future then that if there was some complaint about noise from a neighbouring timber harvesting use, that reference would be made to that Part 5 agreement in terms of answering that complaint?
Mr. Miranda.
You want to help
Ms.
So
Silver.
as part of when you're purchasing a property, it'd be the purchaser's due diligence to see what restrictions are on the title, and that Part 5 will form part of that. So if they weren't happy to have clearing, I'm not quite sure how often, is it every 80 years or every however many years the plantation forest coop, which I've just learned recently, is felled. They would be aware that there would be potential but quite short-term acoustic impacts relating to that. And so if they aren't willing to accept that, then they wouldn't purchase.
Yep, Councillor Street.
Thank you, Mayor. As I've said, I certainly accept and have sympathy for the representations. As other councillors have pointed out, we have to assess this against the provisions of the planning scheme and relevant legislative provisions. And I think that the DA or the application does fit within the planning scheme and must be approved, and that's how I'll be voting.
Any further contributions? Councillor Cordova, did you want to sum up?
Briefly, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Just like to thank the councillors for their contributions and their questions, and Mr Miranda and Ms Silver for fielding them. I also want to thank the representatives for raising their concerns, their legitimate concerns, and this is it's certainly a proposal that warrants, I think, explicit and significant scrutiny, and particularly what it behoves me to say publicly is that there needs to be ongoing observance to ensure that this particular permit, that the permit conditions here as presented in the proposal are met and maintained. And there's this, I guess, ongoing issue that perhaps Councillor Street alluded to, where it's kind of foist upon neighbours, in a sense, to be vigilant about permit conditions that are made and to kind of to make sure that council does indeed enforce them, and I'm sure council will. It's a controversial one, this, and I think on balance, you know, I've made my position clear. But I think that it was good to see the probing questions being asked and, as I say, ongoing scrutiny to ensure observance of those permit conditions that are outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to put the recommendation now, moved by Councillor Cordova and seconded by Councillor Midgley. All those in favour? Aye. Against? The motion is carried unanimously. Takes us now to page 93. Item 12.2, development application for construction of jetty, boat shed and associated walkway at 4101 Channel Highway, Flower Pot and adjacent Crown Coastal Reserve, with a recommendation on page 132. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Cordover, and seconded Councillor Midgley. And just a reminder, don't be shy, people, in moving things. Let's share the love around. Councillor Cordover.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're looking here at the proposal which includes the development and use of a jetty and boat shed over part of the waterway at the D'Entrecasteaux Channel, which is in Crown ownership and part of a Crown public reserve as well. The site, it's worth noting, is it's subject to the Kingborough Interim Planning Scheme 2015, and therefore we're looking here at bushfire-prone areas, landslide, biodiversity, waterway, coastal protection, coastal inundation-prone areas and coastal erosion hazard overlays, all of which I have no doubt will come up in the discussion around this proposal tonight. The location of the proposed jetty and pathway upgrade is subject, to those overlays, which I just listed. The proposed jetty, including the T-head, will have an overall length of 30 metres, and it's to be constructed with timber decking and a combination of driven timber piles and piles with concrete footing on begged rock. An area of rock armouring, which will be up to 1.5 metres in height, is proposed to be installed at the landward end of the jetty where it connects with the land, and this is being provided to ensure that the landform where the jetty connects with the shore remains stable. Some of the numerous concerns that have been raised by community members, I'll highlight a few of them, but I have no doubt that other councillors may as well. I just want to, emphasise the real concern that's been raised by a number of people who have been contacting councillors today and over the last couple of weeks. Protection of the shoreline is a key issue, and I think it's one with which all of us will empathise. This is an area where there is southern Tasmania in general has this unique and pristine view. It's the amenity is important, as Councillor Midgley said earlier tonight. This is part of the reason why so many people move into these localities is because they are special. And part of what makes them special is their natural and cultural significance and their, that peace and quiet that you get when you move to an area like that on the coastline. So some of the criticisms that have been raised of this proposal are that it will be unsightly in an otherwise pristine area, and we'll unpack those issues around the potential environmental impacts, the movements of sand and tides, the shallow depth of that area, other issues around erosion and build-up, and the concern of setting a precedent. I'll just pause now, to ask a question around this thing that was raised a number of times. Are we, with this proposal, were it to be passed, will it set a precedent that will then allow other neighbours and people in that locality to do the same, to build a jetty and a boat shed in areas that were, until this point, considered pristine?
Ms Silver.
Our opinion is no, because every application needs to be considered on its own merits, and every application would go through this same process. You need to comply with the requirements of the planning scheme, and they've provided all the technical reports that they have that are needed to address the various codes to ensure that the impacts will be short-term and negligible and monitored to enable us to feel comfortable for a recommendation of approval in this instance, but every application would have to go through this process. So the answer is no, in our opinion.
Councillor Cordover.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. One of the other issues that was raised by a number of representatives was around this concept that it isn't co-located with other similar facilities, with other marine facilities. I was convinced by the explanation that is within the report as to why that's not the most persuasive argument, in the sense that no reasonable alternative was available. I can see that. To the issue of swift parrots, which are alleged to often feed on the property, white-bellied sea eagles, little penguins, the oyster catchers, Tasmanian devil spotted quolls, which use that foreshore regularly. Can we please have an explanation around the extent of the impact or the disturbance to the environment by the construction and then the ongoing use? And I'm thinking particularly now around not just the construction and the ongoing use, but even things like light pollution that has been raised by some of those representatives.
Ms Silver.
The application was supported by a couple of different natural values assessments that all determined that the impacts were acceptable to the terrestrial vegetation on that site and the associated flora and fauna. They also included a marine natural values assessment that determined that there would be some short-term impact, but it would be very localised, and that the area surrounding the jetty would regenerate within a short period of time. So the impact would naturally the disturbed areas would naturally re-establish after the construction. There are a couple of conditions on the permit. So there were a few things that were added, like the rock armour wall was added at the recommendation of the coastal impact engineer, which is Burberry Consulting, and that wasn't considered in the marine assessments, which is why we've asked condition 10 that those impacts are certified first by a qualified coastal engineer and a marine natural values ecologist to ensure that the coastal values, the impacts to them are negligible prior to the construction of any works. And condition 9 requires that any natural values survey is no more than a year old prior to the commencement of any works. So undoubtedly there would be some impact, but that's considered to be localised and short-term and will regenerate, the area will regenerate according to the reports from the qualified persons that we have.
Councillor Cordover.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. One of the arguments that was levelled by one of the representations, which I found, I found it certainly convincing rhetoric, that the idea that the boat shed is unnecessary also because a canoe could simply be carried down to the upgraded walkway left at the shore. It's common practice, quite effective, without significant impacts of building infrastructure to meet that need. And I think it is a key point in the sense that one can, as many residents down that way do, find their way to a boat without the need for a 30-metre jetty. And so it's quite clear that there's an interest from the proponent in having that additional infrastructure. Is that grounds enough for a refusal? I'll leave it in the capable hands of my colleagues to make that assessment. For me, I'm reading this report here, and I can see that as it says in the report, while the proposed jetty is located on the part of the foreshore where there has been minimal intrusion of built elements in the past, the location where it is to be built, based on the specialist report submitted with the application, has not identified as being possessing of significant ecological, scientific, cultural or aesthetic value. The site of the proposed jetty is also not identified as being subject to the significant likelihood of risk from a natural hazard. These are questions where reasonable people may differ in their judgment of that, but I am basing my decision upon the evidence presented by our planning officers and on the basis of those expert reports that have been prepared. On that basis, I've been persuaded that these are reasonable grounds for an approval. But that shouldn't be taken to be dismissing of the concerns that have been raised, as I say, by a significant number of community members on this occasion. It's certainly been a contentious proposal. And as I say, many of those are legitimate concerns that are being raised, and I think they, if it's the choice of those representatives to take that through the TASCAT planning stream processes, then they'll be able to be tested there. But it is important for us, and we actually have an obligation to consider all of those representations, and they do inform our views and our assessment. And then at the end of the day, we have to align that with the planning scheme as well. So I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cordova. Councillor Fox and then Councillor Midgley and then Councillor Antoli.
I guess the picture on page 102 says it all as far as I'm concerned. The report states that there's a minimal erosion, but you can see on this picture that there are trees have fallen all the way across this area. There are huge boulders that have been eroded, and to be thinking of making a concrete wall, even though it's constructed by a professional as dictated in the report, the neighbouring properties will be affected, because by strengthening one area, it directs the energy of the sea to the neighbour's property. And that's what concerns me. I can see why these neighbours are concerned, because they're going to be the next ones that are going to suffer the type of erosion that we can see in this picture. The other thing is the lighting pollution. There are people who live along here, they look out of their house straight onto the water. There is absolutely no light in their entire view. And to have a jetty with a shed on it, with lights on it, I think is just completely unacceptable. There's no benefit to anybody except the owner of this property. The neighbours are all going to be very upset and affected. There's no reason that the planning staff have come up with to refuse it. And as Councillor Cordova said, it's a precedent that's being set here. If there is a rule in the placement of jetties that they need to be together, these other people along the side of this bank might want to put their jetties here too, and then put their armoured banking in just to protect their own properties. And because they won't be able to access the waterfront anymore. So it's like, it's a death of 1,000 cuts, and this is the first cut. So I just feel very strongly, I'm not going to support this. I realise that there are professional justifications, but we're dealing with something that we rarely deal with, because the Crown Lands have given approval for this jetty, but we're dealing with land that is a mobile landform, and it's in the water, and our boundary is not below high tide. So I feel we're treading on dangerous water. We're getting in deep water, and I think the justification and the documents that have been provided haven't reassured me, and I've done the coastal management course twice. I know the forces that are at work here, and I don't think they've been recognised by the professionals, the extent that this is going to affect our pristine coast in this area. So I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Next I had Councillor Midgley and then Councillor Antoli.
Sorry, Mayor, just before you do, just a quick point of order, just on the basis of misrepresentation. I know Councillor Fox didn't mean it, but just very quickly, I didn't make the claim that this would set a precedent. I asked a question about whether or not it would set a precedent, and then we heard from Ms Silver about why that wouldn't be the case. But sorry for that.
Thank
just
you
a clarification.
for that.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you for that explanation. Councillor Midgley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to just quickly say I thank Councillor Cordova for moving these, because we want to get the meetings rolling along, so he always puts his hand up. So just a big thanks from me as well.
Thank you.
And yes, I had a couple of questions, a bit similar to what has been asked already. But before I do, and I hope it's okay and doesn't fall out of this item, but this, I guess it's important to note that the reason why the applicant is asking, applying for this construction of this jetty, boat shed and associated walkway is associated to visitor accommodation. And I just have heard from some local people just questions around that that visitor, I guess, accommodation DA, that it was evidently for residential, but then it has been changed. And I'm just wondering just a bit of history around that so I can understand the full context, if that's okay, please.
Ms Silver.
There are a number of DAs approved for the site. There was a dwelling, so there's an existing two-storey dwelling there now, and an existing outbuilding. And back in 2021, a planning application was lodged to demolish the existing buildings and constructed dwelling, ancillary dwelling, visitor accommodation, the boat shed and associated infrastructure were all proposed at the time. That was actually withdrawn. And then we had another application in 2022 that still included demolition of all the buildings there, an ancillary dwelling, visitor accommodation and a replacement dwelling, and that didn't include a jetty. Those works partially being completed. The visitor accommodation's done. I think the single dwelling might have been done, but not the ancillary dwellings. It's substantially commenced. And we have a current application that it might have just finished exhibition, I'm not quite sure, but that was an extension to the existing visitor accommodation on the site to include a extended lounge area, but not any additional bedrooms. So there have been a number of applications over the years for that site. But yes, a dwelling, ancillary dwelling and one visitor accommodation, and then now the jetty and the boat shed to provide a high-end experience for the visitor accommodation that has already been approved on the site.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. And just for the record as well, local members have asked me why council didn't consult with the local community so they can really understand the kind of context of what this looks like and the impact that they will have. I did explain, around the planning scheme and didn't really go into detail, but I thought I'd just ask that question tonight, just so that they can understand how these applications work and the role of planners in regards to assessing.
Ms Silver. Oh, no, that wasn't a question. Sorry.
That was a question. Sorry, if you can just
question?
explain. I'm sorry, the question is, can you explain, just why you don't go and consult with the local community or maybe even always go on site and things like that?
So with this one, we've definitely been on site. This is not a council project, this is a private project, and when the planning application is lodged, we need to assess it against the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act. As a discretionary planning application, it needs to, once all the information has been satisfied, which in this case were those environmental reports, because we have the same concerns regarding coastal erosion and marine and terrestrial impacts. So once they were all satisfied, that the application needs to be advertised for a period of 14 days. So that's where the directly adjoining neighbours are notified, and we have the sign out the front and it's in the paper and it's also on a website, and during that period anyone's welcome to come to the council to view the plans, and they can also view them online as well. But that's the extent that we go to under our Planning Act requirements. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. I'll just move on to the points around the Coastal Protection Code mentioned in the report and mentioned by other councillors. So the Coastal Protection Code, as noted in the report, states that new facilities should be grouped with existing facilities where reasonably practical. One of the representatives contacted just in regards to saying that they aren't, if facilities like this are not clustered, then perhaps that could cause more environmental damage. I'm just wondering staff's thoughts on that, and also just another question relating to that: how did we interpret that code in regards to approving this as a single development?
Ms Silver.
This application, they, as part of their high-end visitor experience, they wanted that on-site tour use to occur, and from our assessment, we determined that that was part of the whole experience, and that the closest jetty was 3.2 kilometres from the site of Middleton. So for that reason, it's not reasonably practical for it to be grouped with the other jetties, although they did have a number of environmental requirements that they needed to satisfy in the inundation code and the coastal processes code. sorry, not the Coastal Processes Code, the Inundation Code and the Coastal Erosion Code. They have their plans prepared by Burberry, which are their engineers, so they've prepared them in accordance with the pressures that that site experiences, and they've provided a number of mitigation measures, including a revised engineering design. The mitigation is provided, in their opinion, through driven timber piles, rock armouring, retaining walls. That jetty deck has to be a certain level above height datum, and the rate of shoreline recession must be monitored to ensure that the infrastructure remains located outside of any instability zones. There are a number of restrictions on the site. For example, no vessel cleaning, maintenance, repair or refuelling activities are allowed, and they have to have that ongoing monitoring, and the engineering drawings need to be certified by a suitably qualified coastal engineer prior to the works, and by the various natural values professionals to confirm that there won't be any impacts, or the impacts will be negligible. So I'm not an expert on coastal erosion or the natural values impacts, and that's why we require these specialised reports from people that are, and that's why we've conditioned the approval accordingly. So if there are impacts, then essentially the way it's conditioned, it can't be constructed.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. So I have a few more questions regarding it. So in regards to the lighting, can I be clear? I understand it will need some sort of lighting to be able to be, visibly seen at night time. But can I just understand what that looks like? Because again, coming to the points that have been raised about that local amenity and looking out to a waterway that doesn't have any such construction, it can be a big change for local people, and I guess lighting at night also really does have an impact. So yeah, what does that night lighting sort of look like?
So there'll be 4 solar lights at the seaward end of the jetty. There were a number of representations that we received during the exhibition period, which our consultant has provided a response to, but basically because it's below because it's of the topography of the land, it's below the houses surrounding it, it's very unlikely that it will be viewed from the surrounding dwellings. So there's 4 solar lights fixed to the piles at the 4 corners of the T-head for safety purposes. So it's quite low level, and there aren't many lights, and for that reason we didn't see any adverse impacts on the visual amenity of neighbouring land and vistas. If it's to be used outside, say, daylight hours, which the potential for that's probably pretty unlikely, but the lighting is minimal, so we don't see it as posing too much of an impact.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. Just hearing some of the response, like some of our staff's responses to this, I was just wondering, so the nearest jetty is 3.2 kilometres away. Is there anything at all in the code, like, sometimes we're approving, different things, say like, social housing or something, there's a thing around that they have to be close to amenities and close to bus stops and that sort of thing. Is there anything at all in that coastal code that says, I guess it's that big thing what other councillors have raised, will this set then, so not everyone probably has enough money to build a jetty like this, but, will that mean that everyone in that kind of area can build their own private jetty, or is there something that stipulates that if you are then, less than 5 kilometres to another public jetty, that wouldn't be approved due to the protection and amenity of kind of our local waterways? Like, is there anything at all around the distance to the nearest jetty?
No, it just says that phrase, reasonably practical. So it's not reasonably practical to provide the use at an existing jetty, and each application would be considered, like, depending on its scale and what use they were proposing, that would all require a discretionary assessment through the planning authority, which is when we would consider those independent of each other. So there's no precedent requirement in the planning scheme. It's if we and you as a planning authority deem it to be acceptable in terms of that specific site, then that's what we consider. We consider that it's quite small scale. The boat shed's quite small. It's because of the topography, it won't be visible from the surrounding neighbours, and our consultant prepared this report, and basically one of his responses was that a lot of these visitor accommodation uses form part of the character as well, and while it is a beautiful natural environment, there are also a number of residences quite large in scale and associated outbuildings within established gardens and cleared grounds, which also you could argue aren't in character with that natural environment. And for those reasons, based on our site inspection and our interpretation of the planning scheme, this use, because it is small scale, was acceptable.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that broader understanding. I guess I just want to leave it, and I'm open to hearing what other councillors say, is that we could determine it reasonably practical that there is a local jetty 3.2 kilometres away and that they do not need to access their own private jetty for their exclusive visitors that come here. So reasonably practical, there is a jetty 3.2 kilometres away. I guess I'll just finish it with that, but I'll be open to hearing what other councillors say.
Thank you. Councillor Antoli.
Thank you, Mayor. I never thought a jetty would kick up such a hornet's nest in all my life. We've had 8 representations, 1 for, 7 against, and my read is 36 different concerns. So I think the council officers have done quite a stellar job responding to the concerns. I don't want to go through them. I'd like to ventilate, though, some conversations I've had with some of the proponents, some of the respondents, some of the people who are struggling with this, and get a bit of understanding. My first is around one of the DAs that the community is concerned was not disclosed as part of this, and I make no allegations, I'm just trying to voice their concerns. It was DA 2026-111, it's the extension to the visitor accommodation that I believe was talked about before. Is it our obligation to, in the interests of transparency, is it our obligation to talk about a DA that's happening with the accommodation on the land that may not be directly related to the DA covering the jetty?
Ms Silver.
It's irrelevant to this current planning application, so the answer is no.
Councillor Antoli.
Thank you. So when you say it's irrelevant, they were feeling it was relevant because it's showing an extension or growth of the original accommodation, and is there justification for, in their eyes, a jetty of this size to cope with that growth? And there's a sense that of growth creep that's being hidden from them. Again, these are not my allegations. I'm ventilating the concerns of the community that are not addressed in your report, and I'd like to have an answer.
Ms Silver.
Out in the open, I should say.
My hesitation stems from the fact that we haven't considered that planning application yet, so we haven't made a determination, and I'm sure it will be in front of you to make that determination, but it's too premature to comment on that one.
Thank you.
Councillor Antoli.
Thank you, Mayor. Another one is, these are not my words, but a pattern of integrity concerns across the successive DAs. So I understand that this is the 3rd DA for this property, is that right?
Ms Silver.
Attached to the property, I should say.
So there was a application that was withdrawn. There's an application that has been substantially commenced. There was a minor amendment with just minor changes which we have to notify all the adjoining neighbours and representatives about. And then there's this one. So this is technically the second one up for a council decision. But there's nothing under the Planning Act that restricts the number of planning applications someone can lodge for a site.
Councillor Antoli.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the allegations that the proponent is claiming existing marine facilities in a bay where there are none. Is that true or false? And is it even relevant?
Ms Silver.
There are existing marine facilities in the area. Is that
incorrect to say that there are none in the area? Is that what you're saying?
Ms Silver.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
I'll start again. That's fine. One of the proponents is claiming in writing and also to all councillors and in a phone call today that the proponent is claiming in his or her DA that there are existing marine facilities in a bay where there are none. In other words, concurrent facilities.
Ms Silver.
I can't comment on that. I'm not aware of any other ones, but I'm not the planning officer that assessed the application either, so I'm not quite sure. The assessment that we've done, the closest one is in Middleton, which is 3.2 kilometres away. I'm not aware of any other ones that are closer.
So maybe, because I haven't read through all the finer details of the DA, but they're claiming the DA says there are concurrent facilities there when there are none, and they believe that to be a mistruth, and therefore, why would that go unquestioned? You're not aware of that? Okay.
Councillor Antoli.
Another one is a traffic safety report in a previous DA that allegedly shortened the study period to exclude known fatalities. So this has to do with the traffic assessment. Can you comment on that allegation that the proponent has used a report that excludes known fatalities in the area, one at Rose Lane?
Ms Silver.
I can't comment on that. It's part of another application, and it's before my time.
So it's not to do with this DA?
No, it's not to do with this DA.
Okay, that's important.
The visitor accommodation use is already there. They're not changing the existing use that's already been approved as part of this application. So they're introducing a new use, which is the boat and pleasure facility use, but that will only be used by the guests on site and by the existing residences and no one else. So there will be no additional impact to traffic, and that is why a new traffic impact assessment wasn't required as part of this application. If anything, the traffic will be on the actual channel itself, and the application was referred to Marine and Safety Tasmania, and they responded to say they didn't have any concerns.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Antoli.
And if you could help me, there's a professional suggestion in the DA that the ground is stable despite significant evidence of landslip and erosion. Is there any truth to that?
Ms Silver.
There's definitely erosion. We've been on site, and it's clearly evident that there's quite a significant amount of erosion there, which is why we've asked for the reports that have now been submitted, and they make a number of recommendations to ensure that the impact is negligible to the site and surrounding areas, albeit for short-term impact that will regenerate and won't be an issue long-term.
Councillor Antoli.
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on, there's concerns about what they perceive to be incremental commercialisation. So that's a very difficult thing to sort of work out. The property's use has moved strongly from residential to commercial tourism across successive DAs. There's been these are allegations, not me, that there's been no significant work has commenced on the family residence or the caretaker's cottage despite 3 years elapsing, and that the surrounding community is residential. And this key proponent argues that the building approvals for the uncommenced residential component should be withdrawn. So the concept of incremental commercialisation, let's say it's true. Is that an issue with the zone?
Ms Silver.
It's an issue because they'll require a planning application, and it'll be a compliance issue if they don't get approval. But in terms of what's been approved already, because they've substantially commenced on site under LUPA, there's no end date for them. So there's no legal way to ask them to withdraw building approvals or anything. That's outside of the scope of what we can do.
Councillor Antoli.
Thank you. I appreciate you helping me ventilate those because they weren't clearly covered for me in the report. So I'd like to know, make sure that there's nothing slipping through that we haven't noticed. A counter question. So I have concerns about the conditions on the proponent. There are 17 conditions, and this business is going to be carrying the cost of at least 4 separate specialist engagements before construction, which include the marine surveyor, the coastal engineer, the marine natural values specialist, the CEMP preparer, the construction environmental, I can't remember the words, construction environmental management plan, is that right? Yes. Someone's nodding yes. And construction is limited to a 3-month summer window using barge-only access with a 500-metre whale exclusion zone that can shut the site down at any moment. And once built, the business must maintain 2 permanent compliance programs with ongoing specialist input and council reporting for as long as the jetty exists. And I just look at this as for a private jetty servicing a small visitor accommodation with 2 or 3 kayaks, I just find this an extraordinary compliance burden. How do we justify this? What is it about this water environment that makes it so special that a small operator has to somehow do the limbo under that bar of weight of compliance?
Ms. Silver.
It's because of the environment that the jetty is proposed to be placed. And I guess that level of compliance would help to alleviate others' concerns, hopefully about precedents, because it's not easy to construct a new jetty. A lot of these conditions came from the natural values assessments that were lodged and the coastal erosion assessment, their recommendations. So there are a few, there were things that are really outside of my area of expertise, but like whales migrating and things like that. So that's why they're so extensive, to account for all of those elements.
Councillor Antoli.
Have we socialised any of these requirements with the proponent during the process, during the discussions, to even find out if they have the capacity to meet the weight of compliance that will be thrust upon them?
Ms. Silver.
I am not. I mean, if we can, we like to send through draft conditions to the proponent, but in this instance, I'm not sure whether they've received a draft copy of the conditions.
Sorry, can I just clarify something? Many of those mitigations were put in the technical reports submitted by the applicant. That's correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So they were aware of those mitigations being proposed as it was part of their application material for the DA.
Thank you, Mayor. That is a materially relevant disclosure. So what you're saying, for the record, the proponent did have awareness and seems to be, from not wanting to put words in their mouth, able to cope with it. Is that what you're telling me?
Ms. Shakuti.
They're not. We're unsure whether they're aware of the proposed conditions, but the conditions were based on the mitigations suggested in the technical reports submitted with the application. So the
marine surveyor and the coastal engineer and all those reports.
That's correct. Yeah.
Councillor Antoli.
I like it when we communicate with the proponent. All right. I actually have no other questions and have no reason at this stage not to approve this development.
Thank you, Councillor Antoli. Are there any further questions? Okay, Councillor Cordova, would you like to sum up? I'm going to put the recommendation. I can't do anything about the fact that he's not. Okay, he's coming back. I'm going to put the recommendation moved by Councillor Cordova and seconded by Councillor Midgley. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. A show of hands is required. All those in favour? Is Councillors Antoli, Cordova, Dean, Bain, Richardson and Street and Reet. And against is Councillors Fox and Midgley. The motion is carried. That now means that the Planning Authority adjourns at 7:39 p.m. I think, given we've been going for a couple of hours and I've noticed several people duck out. We're going to have a brief comfort break. If everyone could be back here no later than 7:50 p.m, please, that would be appreciated. We'll start whether you're in the room or not. Thank you. Right, welcome back. We will recommence at 7:51 p.m. Could you confirm that the recording has started? Thank you. We're on page, 7:51. We're on page 157. Petitions still being actioned. There are no petitions still being actioned. On the same page, item 14, petitions received in the last period. At the time the agenda was compiled, no petitions have been received. Takes us to officers' reports to council. Item 15.1, election of the Deputy Mayor, with a recommendation on page 159. I will hand over to the CEO.
Thank you. So we had a nomination period that was open from 9 a.m. on Tuesday the 12th of May to the midday on Friday the 15th of May. We had 4 people nominate for the Deputy Mayor positions. They were Councillor Antoli, Councillor Gideon Cordova, Councillor Flora Fox and Councillor Christian Street.
Thank you. So, under the process, each candidate will have 3 minutes to address their case. So we will go in alphabetical order. Councillor Antoli.
Thank you, Mayor. Fellow councillors and all watching, nominate for Deputy Mayor because this moment demands active, visible daily leadership, and I intend to provide it. If elected, I become acting mayor within days. This is not a caretaker role, it's an immediate responsibility and one that includes fronting the media at a moment's notice, and I'm trained for that. Many colleagues will recall my time leading Crime Stoppers Tasmania, where I was personally in front of the cameras and journalists every week, handling sensitive questions alongside police officers, government ministers and public servants. I know this environment and I'm ready for it. I commit now before everyone present to full time in this role. No longer can we be satisfied with the adage that this job can be handled part-time. Kingborough is too big and growing too fast. So I'm making this my commitment, not as a placeholder, but as a serious contender to bring stability and trust to this council's leadership. Here is what an average week will look like for me. Around 2 days each week in council with the CEO and the leadership team, available for community meetings as needed. 2, a weekly drop-in session held at different locations around the LGA, each time pre-advertised, rotated. There's no appointment needed, just turn up, and I commit to 1 drop-in session per month on Bruny Island. 3, a day visiting businesses and community organisations with a minimum of 5 visits per week reported publicly on social media for accountability. And 4, weekend availability for events and those who cannot meet during business hours. As I've said, the next 5 months are not a holding pattern. This is a critical moment in Kingborough's life that demands careful, active management, and there is urgent work to be done. For example, displaced community organisations at the Kingborough Sports Precinct feel unheard and poorly handled. The tension is real and growing, as we have heard tonight, and Council's contractual deadlines leave very little time to address this. So I commit to making that a priority from day one. Colleagues have told me that support for my candidacy has flooded in multiple times a day for 2 weeks from business leaders, community organisations and everyday ratepayers. That tells me how hungry our community is for responsive leadership, and I thank those people for their support. And finally, the front bench demands something different from the back bench, so to speak. If elected, I will speak for this council as a collective, and I give my colleagues that commitment now, including the discretion it requires in how I communicate publicly and on social media. Colleagues, I ask for your vote today. I commit to honouring that trust from the moment this vote is taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Antoli. Councillor Cordova. Yes, Councillor Cordova.
Thank you, Mayor. Integrity, compassion and action. That's what I am offering. I graduated with a bachelor's degree from the National Institute of Dramatic Art. I've worked in theatre, radio and television. When my dad began suffering intolerably from motor neuron disease, I became a vocal advocate for the rights of the terminally ill, and I worked as the communications coordinator for Dying with Dignity. Drawing on my experience in the arts, media and politics, I was selected for the ABC Advisory Council, where from 2012 to 2015 I contributed to improvements in broadcasting in Australia. Since then, I've served as a board director of Tasmanian Youth Broadcasters, the operators of Edge Radio, the Glenorchy Community Fund, and now I'm on the board of the Southern Employment and Training Network, part of Tasmanian Government's Regional Jobs Hub network. My communications and advocacy work has included roles with Anglicare's Social Action and Research Centre and the Heart Foundation Tasmania, where I was their communications coordinator, and I'm currently the president of Gymnastics Tasmania. I've been on this council since 2019, and during that time I'm especially proud of our work to successfully move for council to oppose all new pokies in Kingborough's pubs and clubs, advocating for free public transport, which I'm pleased to say has now come to pass, and with my Greens colleague Amanda Midgley, we've championed Kingborough Council's move to net zero emissions by 2030. I've been a staunch advocate for progress towards an aquatic centre for the Kingborough Sports Precinct, progressing a plan for a pool. I'm proud of the role I've played in environmental protection, from cat management to feral deer impact mitigation, helping let people in Kingborough know about Kingborough's environmental fund, while helping progress important connectivity and recreational links such as the Snug to Margate Shared Path and the North West Bay River Trail. I'm currently undertaking a master's degree in planning at UTAS, albeit part-time, so it will take me a while to finish. But my day job is in small business. I'm an executive director of Upscale Solutions, a tech startup that develops custom software for businesses and not-for-profits. I'm a graduate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors, and in 2025 I was named by the AICD as the recipient of the Tasmanian Emerging Director Award for my work across statutory authorities, not-for-profit organisations and private sector boards. I think my skills in governance, communication and planning prepare me to take on this crucial role, and I look forward to working collaboratively with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cordova. Councillor Fox.
Thank you, everyone. I seek your support to elect me for the position of Deputy Mayor. As Kingborough's longest-serving councillor for 38 years, I have nearly 4 decades of experience chairing meetings, and I've also worked in the media. Councillors have previously elected me to become a Deputy Mayor around this table. I have always had a long-term focus on council to achieve the best community outcomes. To achieve this, I have established community committees to lobby council and state government to provide better roads, reserves, tracks and trails and cycling infrastructure. I've chaired meetings of council as Deputy Mayor. I've chaired state government regional bodies, council's finance and community services committees, Tasmania's first Disability Access Committee, as this council's, Kingborough's and regional bike committees for decades. And I've chaired community groups and especially the swimming pool committee for 2 years in 1988. I've demonstrated that I can work collaboratively with councillors, staff, government ministers and the community to achieve long-term benefits for Kingborough. I've provided councillors and the community with long-term leadership, vision and stability. As Deputy Mayor and Acting Mayor, I will expedite effective governance for councillors, staff and the community. And for the next 6 months, I can offer you stability in the current situation. With your support, we can work cooperatively as a team to provide the best possible outcomes for Kingborough in 20 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Street.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, staff and members of this community, and I particularly acknowledge you as ratepayers in this room tonight. You don't get a vote in this, but you are the reason that this vote matters. This is an unusual moment for Kingborough. We're not choosing a mayor for a 4-year term. We're choosing a deputy mayor who will become acting mayor. We need to choose an acting mayor who can keep council on a steady footing, chair this council fairly, and act as mayor through a short but important period until the October election. In that period, we must deliver a difficult budget, manage a tight financial position, continue the work of rebuilding trust with the community associated with the introduction of the new planning scheme, communicate clearly and keep the services that people rely on running efficiently. My approach is collaborative. The acting mayor's job is not to dominate the council, it is to help the council to work, to listen, to chair fairly, to lift up all councillors, to support staff, but importantly to challenge advice when it needs challenging and to keep everyone here focused on the community. Financially, I believe we owe ratepayers honesty. Rates are a real burden, and so are roads, waste, parks, sporting grounds, tracks and trails, stormwater, and the maintenance of more than $1 billion worth of community assets. There is no honest path that promises lower pressure on rates, ever-growing services, fast growth and no hard choices. Anybody who tries to tell you that is lying to you. My priority, and I assure you all of this, is that whether I'm the acting mayor or whether I'm a councillor, I'm committed to delivering and presenting to you a budget that is responsible and that protects core services, but that must demand efficiencies and show respect for every dollar taken from households or businesses. On planning and development, I recognise that we must do better. We are at a crossroads in Kingborough on this issue, and I want council to be a council that supports people to make their dreams a reality, not be given a roadmap to know. I believe that working together, we are at a point where we can finally realise that vision together, and there is much that we can do between now and October to achieve that. Because much has been made of this, I feel compelled to say that from 1 July my work situation will be changing, and I will have significant time, or the significant time, for this role that it requires. To my colleagues, I ask for your support. To the ratepayers here, even if I'm not your first choice tonight, I say this. I hear the call for change. I believe that we can do better. I will listen. I will not treat frustration as hostility, but the genuine call for real change that it is. And I will work every day to ensure this council is stable, open and serves you, the people of Kingborough.
Thank you, Councillor Street. And can I just say thank you to each of you for putting yourselves forward for this position. It's never easy to put yourselves up for election, so I congratulate all of you and thank you for your contributions this evening. We will now deliver the ballot papers and the CEO will explain how to mark the ballot papers, not telling you how to vote, but how to actually, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, thank you. And whilst the Governance Director hands out the ballot papers, I'll explain a little bit about the process. So for the avoidance of doubt, the ballot paper in front of you has got 4 names on it. You are to put a strike through the names that you don't want to vote for, leaving only the name that you want to vote for untouched. We then count up the votes. If there is a simple majority, so that is 5 votes or more for any nominee, they will become the they'll become the deputy mayor. If there isn't anyone that reaches that threshold, then the person that received the least amount of votes will be eliminated, and there'll be a new round to see who can reach the simple majority first. So there'll be the number of rounds until we reach a simple majority.
CEO.
Thank you. So after compiling the ballots around the table, we do have a simple majority, and Councillor Christian Street will be the Deputy Mayor for the remainder of the term.
Congratulations. So I will need a mover and a seconder that Council appoint Councillor Street as Deputy Mayor for the remainder of the current term. Moved by Councillor Cordova, seconded by Councillor Fox. All those in favour? Aye. Against? The motion is carried. Congratulations, Councillor Street. It does mean that if I need to leave the chair at any time this evening, you will step into it. All right, we'll move on to item 15.2, petition response. Excessive noise from the Salty Dog Hotel, with a recommendation on page 163. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved Councillor Bain, seconded Councillor Cordova. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. So the purpose of this report is to respond to a petition regarding excessive noise from the Salty Dog Hotel. A petition with 43 signatories was received requesting that Council conduct formal noise monitoring at affected residential properties and ensure the venue complies with all applicable noise limits and regulations, and to take appropriate enforcement action where breaches are identified. The recommendation from the report says that the organiser of the petition be advised that Council is continuing to investigate the complaint of excessive noise emissions from the Salty Dog Hotel in accordance with Section 53 of the Environmental Management Pollution Control Act, and that Council will continue to liaise directly with the venue and the relevant complainants as part of that process. So one of the interesting paragraphs from the report is at 4.14, and that talks about that there are no specific statutory noise limits in Tasmania for live music venues of this kind, and the Council will therefore assess whether the hotel's noise emissions are unreasonable following noise monitoring, having regard to Section 53 of the Act and the noise policy and other current interstate regulatory guidance. So just wondering if staff could unpack what that means moving forward.
Well done, Ms Quinn. Mr De Vries.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bain. So the question was specifically to do with point 4.14 regarding the lack of noise limits for outdoor live music venues like the Salty Dog. That is correct. Under the Environmental Management Pollution Control Act and the subordinate regulations, there's noise limits for a whole host of various different activities, but not for live music venues. There are other Tasmanian, the Noise EPP, the Noise Environment Protection Policy, also kind of comments on environmental noise and has various limits for certain things, but not specifically, again, for live music venues. So in this instance, if a limit is ultimately imposed, that'll be kind of dictated by what we find in our upcoming noise monitoring that we intend to undertake, and it would be based on other relevant legislation from interstate, probably discussions with other councils that deal with things like this on a more regular basis, some of the city councils. So a fair bit of work to do, but not until we do some noise monitoring, have a look at the actual noise levels, and then determine what's reasonable. As per the report, the overall volume isn't the only thing we need to consider here. It's how often the noise emission occurs, the time of day, where it's being emitted from, a whole number of factors.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. For my contribution, I think I'm happy with the recommendation. I think it's all about working with the Salty Dog to reach that compromise that everyone's happy with. This isn't about trying to cancel live music. It's just trying to reach that level medium. I think we know how much the community loves the Salty Dog. You can see that in the feedback that we receive. It's clearly now considered one of the best establishments, I think, in Great Hobart, and it draws a lot of people from outside of Kingborough. So I do think we're heading in the right direction, and it's just about reaching that outcome that everyone's happy with. So I look forward to my colleagues' other contributions.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Antoli and then Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. During the course of this process, I decided that it was important to reach out to the proponents of the petition and also to the management of the Salty Dog. I felt that letting this fester for too long was just going to create an increasing swell of ill will on both sides, especially with the commentary in social media. And I must admit the Salty Dog leadership team leapt on this straight away and started to make some changes that resulted in the proponents emailing and contacting me to say that things are improving. So that was fantastic to hear, and I did pass on that encouragement to the leadership team of the Salty Dog. I remember being there one evening, and the owner was doing sound checks from the road, and showed me a book where he was doing sound checks with a professional device multiple times a day at about 7 different spots around his facility. And I just think it's been amazing how what could have turned into a fearful fight had turned into real action on their part. And that was noticed by the proponents who've had 2 meetings with me to say that whatever Salty Dog is doing, ask them to please keep doing it, and that they're grateful for the response. So I think it's important for that to be shared so that neither party is demonised in it. The proponents felt that they had a real issue. And I must admit, there was some noise when I stood outside their homes. It wasn't a problem for me, but I can imagine if I was there 5-6 hours a day, it might be a problem. But when I went back recently, I could barely even hear any noise that was happening in the beer garden, and I was in the room next door. So whatever they've done to make the facility a pleasant place to be, and at the same time not intrude on the local residents, is to be commended. So that's my contribution. I hope that the soundings that the council will do will back that up, and I hope that we can all go back to enjoying the area, the facilities, which the proponents said they love to enjoy themselves. So I just wanted to share that for the community's understanding as well.
Thank you. Next I had Councillor Fox and then Councillor Dean.
I guess I just have a concern about the location of the noise emanating into what is a natural amphitheatre. And so many elderly residents live in this area on the flat land, but also on the banks around this area. And I know there was a similar situation in Battery Point for a long time, where there's a quarry down there which also amplified the sounds upwards. And I'm wondering if I can ask the question of Mr De Vries, whether in fact that can be taken into account in terms of this site, and that we're talking about amplification of noise by natural geography, I guess, whether that is something we can consider.
Thank you. Mr De Vries.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Fox. To answer the question, good question. So any noise monitoring that we do undertake, we'll obviously engage a suitably qualified acoustic engineer to undertake that monitoring. Generally speaking, noise measurements will be undertaken at the nearest affected residential premises. That's just the standard approach in accordance with the Tasmanian Noise Measurement Manual. In this case, the nearest property, we're talking about around about 50 to 60 metres from the stage. Yes, I've heard from people as well that the noise, you're right about the amphitheatre kind of effect. Whether that amphitheatre effect actually amplifies the overall noise to a certain level so that it's louder at a house on Bonnet Hill than it is at a house right next door to the stage, I doubt. the noise certainly does carry, but it would be my guess that the noise wouldn't be as loud at a property on Bonnet Hill a few kilometres away as it would be 50 metres from the venue. So I guess the other aspect to that is the background noise. Background noise at Bonnet Hill might be significantly less than background noise at a property in Kingston Beach. But to answer your question, no, that isn't something that I think we would measure. When we conduct the noise monitoring, I guess it's something we can consider, but I haven't seen it done before. I don't know if that really helps at all.
Councillor Fox.
From my experience living on the waterfront, for example, when the silicon smelter was working, the noise would come. There was a fan which was causing vibrations, and that would make my windows vibrate across the bay. And that was recognised by the factory as being an issue, and they stopped using those fans. There was a mistake in the size of the fans that they'd used, and it was really causing people to feel sick just listening to that noise. And that was, 2.5 kilometres or more away. So I do think it's important that we do consider these issues. The noise expert at the time measured the noise and acknowledged that it was unacceptable. So I feel the precedent's been set to measure the noise as far away as it is affecting residents, and to consider the fact that it might well be amplifying. And if that can be done, and it was done, then I think it's something we should also take into account. So, thank you.
Mr De Vries.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. When we do ultimately undertake the noise monitoring, that is something that we can ask the consultant. And again, like my response to Councillor Bain previously, the overall volume is only one consideration here. We need to consider all aspects of MCA when we're determining the outcome here. Noise does move in mysterious ways, and maybe it is louder on Bonnet Hill. I doubt it. It may seem that way because of the difference in background noise level to the residents in that location. But even so, we do need to weigh that against other factors, the time of day, how many times a week, the zoning of the hotel, all those other kinds of things.
Sorry, could I
Ms Shagudi.
jump in and provide a little bit more context? So the monitoring will have to be undertaken in accordance with the noise monitoring manual that the Tasmanian government sets, which in the first instance you measure at the nearest sensitive receptors. So that will be the approach that will be taken. I am aware, as you talk about, certain characteristics of noise can travel a long way, and as Mr De Vries has mentioned, behaves, in ways you wouldn't expect. However, we potentially only address that if it was an issue. In this instance, we'd be taking the standard approach. We can certainly mention it to our consultant, who might be able to provide some commentary to us on that in helping form the monitoring.
Councillor Fox.
I noticed some of the people who have signed the petition were actually in the James Avenue and Roslyn Avenue area, and I think they're the ones that are probably most affected in this situation, more so than Bonnet Hill. But I think we need to be sensitive to that situation, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Councillor Dean, I had next, and then Councillor Midgley.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just got a couple of questions. I'm going to take a slightly different angle here and just pick up on what Councillor Antoli's already highlighted. So first question is just around what the work is going to look like, who's doing it, and how many times do they have to go, just talk me through what the consultant will be undertaking.
Mr De Vries.
Thanks, Councillor Dean. Sorry, I assume from the question you mean the process of engaging the consultant, how many times they're going to be turning up on site. Okay. I perceive that this will just be a once-off monitoring event. As stated in the report, the Salty Dog typically on a Sunday afternoon between 3 and 6 will have a rock band playing. May not always be the case. Some weeks they may have someone substantially quieter. I don't know, it could vary. But typically safe to assume once on a Sunday between 3 and 6 might be a rock band. So what we'll try to do is schedule our noise monitoring on a typical week where you do have a rock band playing. We'll have to be careful with weather conditions, make sure that everything, all the elements are aligned, and over that 3-hour period undertake noise monitoring, and we'll be looking at time averaged dBA measurements at the nearest residential receptor.
Councillor Dean.
Yeah, look, as the report's pointed out, there's obviously different offerings that the Salty Dog has in terms of the type of band. You go down, it's very different from a Friday to a Sunday, depending who's on and the noise impact. I'm just trying to understand where this may lead to, because I just don't think there's going to be a situation where we're going to start limiting. So I'm just trying to kind of get a bit of an idea of where we're seeing this going. If they're only just observing on a Sunday during rock band, are we therefore saying that Friday nights and Saturday nights are absolutely fine as the current schedule, or is it to potentially look at limiting what they offer on a Sunday or changing times, etc.?
Mr De Vries.
Through you, Mayor. Okay, so the schedule that I've outlined in the report is a typical schedule. It's important to note that could change. The rock band might be on a Friday evening or maybe on a Saturday, but my understanding, talking with management at the Salty Dog Hotel is that, they're aware. They know the types of music that they're playing at the venue. Rock music, that kind of music is the loudest. There's other types of music that emit far less noise, and it's a balance. That's why I've mentioned about, the factors under REMCA that we need to consider here, and noise, overall volume only being one factor, and other things that weigh heavily in favour are the infrequency that the noise occurs only once a week, afternoon hours, and that'll be weighed against overall noise volume, noise level. Also important to note, so the original formal complaint regarding the noise was lodged with Council back in February. There'd been some discussions prior to that, but then a formal complaint on, I think, the 10th of February. And at that point, I began investigating under REMCA, organised meetings with the complainant, organised meetings with Salty Dog Management. Since that time, Salty Dog Management have installed a range of noise mitigation measures. So it's safe to expect that the noise that we would be monitoring on a typical rock band Sunday now might be less than what it was when I initially started investigating this complaint.
Councillor Dean.
Thank you. I think that's where I'm coming from here, is to try and ascertain exactly how necessary this is. We haven't done any baseline data, and by all accounts, management have done everything they can and have been excellent in terms of trying to mitigate the noise as far as possible. So rather than, I'm just trying to figure out why we're going now down, despite there being huge progress being made, as you've acknowledged, from management, why we're still having to go down this. I'm just wondering why, is there no option here of going, well, look, significant improvements have been made, and monitoring it over a period of time in terms of, because we have the baseline data, and consulting with the people that have obviously put the petition to us, and seeing what that is like before we go ahead and engage a consultant to ascertain exactly what the readings are. So could you speak to that, please?
Mr. De Vries.
Through you, Mayor. Okay. Good question. Really, I suppose the aim of the noise monitoring is to establish a baseline. And from there, that will inform really how the hotel manages the noise ongoing. At this stage, council's not proposing any formal enforcement per se. We haven't established that there's been any breach of any legislation or anything like that. The hotel management, in accordance with their planning permit from a couple of years ago, have submitted a noise management plan. After we've done the noise monitoring and have a good idea of those base noise levels, I've already spoken with hotel management, and they are open to council reviewing that noise management plan, so that the hotel will have something robust that they can enforce themselves internally ongoing.
Ms. Shakuti.
Thank you. I was just great answer. Thank you, John. But I just wanted to add a little bit around a typical response in these types of situations. So noise monitoring is the standard approach, and the monitoring occurs over a period of time. So you wouldn't just place it there on the Sunday afternoon to get the reading. You also the noise consultant will advise us in terms of how long it needs to be placed there, and to ensure it gets a profile of noise emissions from the venue, including no noise, which would then be your baseline or your background noise for that site. In terms of the mitigation that the owner has put in place, well, that will be observed through the readings on, when there is music playing, and then that information or that data is then utilised in accordance with all the things that Mr De Vries has explained, all the different factors to determine whether, what a reasonable level of emissions is at those sensitive receptors. And then that can be worked through further, if needed, with the owner around potentially what further actions might need to be taken. But until you have that data, you kind of not in a position to be able to work through what that mitigation might be. It may be that none is required, and then that's what the noise management plan will then address if needed, as well as ensuring sort of ongoing management of the issue.
Councillor Dean.
May I ask, how much are we going to be spending? Has it already been budgeted for, or is it a budget line item that will need to come up in the coming budget in terms of engaging these consultants?
Mr De Vries.
Thanks, Councillor Dean. Yes, we do have budget for certain technical and legal advice in situations like this, and we do still have room in our budget this current financial year.
Councillor Dean.
Thanks, Mayor. It's not really where I'm going. I mean, I just can't see everything that's already happened, what management have done to make significant improvements. Why would we at this point, spend significant amounts of ratepayers' money on going down having the noise assessments done rather than waiting and seeing first and seeing how are our neighbours going. Do they appreciate, do they notice a difference after a few months? Are they willing to potentially, without having to put the owner or anyone under additional stress or burden, they've clearly gone above and beyond. And so I just haven't been convinced yet why we need to go ahead and engage this consultant. And I might be out on a limb here, but if anyone else wants to speak and potentially seek an amendment that it is delayed and monitored through our EHO and engaged with neighbours. If neighbours after a few months say, look, I don't think, it's been improved, it's still really noisy, I'd really like that to continue, sure, let's revisit it. But even then, or if everything has been done by management that can be, I'm not going to sit here and vote down live music being played. So I'd prefer us to maybe go a little bit, cautiously around this. And so my question is whether, to Mr De Vries, whether that is a viable option, whether we can delay engaging a consultant and re-engage after a certain amount of period of time with those neighbours to potentially save not just financial cost to council, but to also both neighbours and management.
Maybe Mr De Vries or Ms Shakuti. I'll let you decide between the two of you. You seem to be communicating with, blinking of the eyes. Mr De Vries.
I'll start. I probably can't answer the question, and I'll probably have to defer to my manager who's been liaising with the original complainant.
Ms Quinn?
Seeking the noise monitoring, as Ms Shakuti said, is creating evidence and a baseline. And so it's normal, it's typical, and it's important to be able to have the certainty of a baseline that goes into the Salty Dogs Noise Management Plan. It's without that, one of our concerns is that this could go on and on and on. And what we really want is certainty, both the complainant and the business, so that they can move forward, enjoy Kingston Beach, and have certainty about what they're doing. They can invest in their business. So without that, we'll be in a situation that's similar to now, where we have this ongoing scenario of someone can complain, council has to decide if it's lawful or not, and that can just go on and on and on. And what the noise monitoring will do is in an evidence-based way, determine what the background level of noise is, determine what the volume is at the sensitive receptors, like has been discussed, and actually then determine what is reasonable in terms of the law.
Ms Shakuti.
Sorry, add to that is that noise monitoring and then a noise management plan is not, enforcing something that would potentially stop live music is not the outcome I don't think anybody is hoping for, and would be last resort. There'd be a lot of steps before that, and there's a lot of things that the owner has done and potentially might be able to do further if needed. But once we have the data, it may show that there's no further issue at all, and we can have some certainty around that the complaint is dealt with, and that the owner can, continue their operations with some certainty around what they can and can't do in accordance with the plan.
Councillor Dean.
Yeah, look, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree around the idea of a baseline, because what essentially has happened here is the owner has done themselves a massive disservice by spending a lot of money and time and effort in reducing that baseline clearly. And whereas had they not done anything and we had the consultants come along and read it was X and they go spend all the time and money to get it down to Y, would go, wow, well done, thank you for reducing the noise and reducing the impact and noise pollution on neighbours. But now we're going to create a baseline of it having been significantly improved and then expect that the owner is going to have to chuck in a whole bunch of more time and money to somehow improve it even further. Take the point that maybe that does need to happen. But I'm much more comfortable with us sitting back, waiting to see if the improvements have made a difference for neighbours. And if it has, great. There are other things around negotiating types of bans that we've heard. Look, I actually think I've talked myself into voting against this motion because I don't want us to expend any more money or stress on anyone that is necessary, which I didn't think I would going into this meeting, but I think that's where I've landed, and everyone else wants to support or move an amendment that it is delayed for a period to have ongoing monitoring take place, then I'd be happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Next, I had Councillor Midgley.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a few more questions now for me to raise. I was basically just going to say I'm really thankful for the Salty Dog and staff working together collaboratively. It's something there's been a complaint in the community. We've got statutory, we've got obligations we need to adhere to following that. And I really thank the Salty Dog for listening to that as well and collaborating and doing things to mitigate the noise. As other councillors have said, yes, noise does impact people in lots of different ways, but I feel like things have been progressed. With Councillor Dean's points, though, I think he's raised some interesting considerations, especially just in regards to that baseline. So what I'm wondering then, if we are going to find this kind of baseline, and the Salty Dog has done work since the complaint to mitigate the noise, can we consider that in this overall kind of look at that?
Ms Shakuti.
Yes, of course. I think what we probably need to clarify here is that there are some statutory obligations under the Environmental Management and Pollution Control Act that also apply to council. In terms of there is actually a specific duty for us to investigate if we have a report of potential nuisance. What we potentially can do is to go away and further understand what investigate under the Act means in terms of exactly what council need to be doing in response. I imagine, having quite a lot of familiarity with this Act and these types of issues, that it is going to be undertake noise monitoring in accordance with the policies and the regulations in the manual. And also understand from complainants, how what their experience is post mitigation. So I think that is a potential part of our investigation to determine exactly what steps we need to take to get to that noise monitoring, and we can do that, but we do need to comply with our legislative duties under the Act in terms of how we need to respond.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. So in regards to then what the recommendation states and what we've just heard from staff, does that change then the recommendation? So do we put a pause on this now, and do we do what's been mentioned by our Director of Environment, Development and Community, and then does it come back to council? I'm just wondering, what's the way forward after those comments?
Ms Shakuti.
Sorry, I'm just mulling over your question. I think my recommendation would be to continue is the recommendation in the report. We can, however, incorporate those steps I just described and provide an update before planned monitoring commences.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. So an update report, like would that then come to council as another report, or before then we do that next planned monitoring? I guess just for, I mean, it's not only for us to know, but I think it's a very, there's a lot of people in the community really interested to know, and I'm sure listening to this is a bit confusing as well for them. So, just to be clear on then how that would look, because you might do this next step that you're talking about, and then you might think, well, we don't need the more investigation. So, yeah.
That's difficult to answer. Ms. Shakuti.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. It's just if you start talking the microphone, so having trouble picking it up. So.
It's difficult to answer. We did refer to in the report that the petition request sits outside of EMCA. So if this when this complaint came to us, we progressed in accordance with EMCA, and then the petition then, I suppose, brought it to the public sphere. So we wouldn't typically, when there's complaints happening, nuisance complaints happening under EMCA, we wouldn't typically be bringing a report to council or advising the public more broadly, apart from the business owner and the complainants. I'm not sure, Ms. Quinn, do you have any thoughts around how we can manage the steps if we were to obtain some more advice around investigating and engaging with the complainants?
Ms.
Thank
Quinn.
you. Thank you, Mayor. I am hesitant to introduce steps into a regulatory process, into an investigation. The investigation is following council's procedures in terms of our enforcement policy and how we conduct investigations, and I would be nervous we can insert a step that means we report back to council, but we need to understand that as authorised officers under the Act, it is the authorised officers who need to decide on those outcomes under an investigation like this. And so I think council needs to be very careful to make sure that it is the authorised officers who have the experience and skills to undertake the investigation are the ones doing that. So providing an update to council is, of course, absolutely fine. We need to make sure that it isn't council making the decision about how we do that investigation, because that is laid out in council's policies, how we undertake those.
Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. Thanks. That's really great to, again, have that broader understanding of the statutory framework and the regulations that we need to follow. So I am, happy to support. I feel like we need to support this recommendation just with all that information. I guess the only other final point I'd make is that it's probably a bit convoluted for the community to listen to this and understand it. And there has been a lot of big support we've heard for many reasons of, why the salty dog, why people love it. And for all of us who've been there, we know that ourselves. So I think if we can just put in some plain language for the community, perhaps following this meeting around like what the next steps are and why we need to follow this process due to the statutory regulations, I think that would be really important.
Thank you very much. Councillor Midgley, Councillor Antoli, and then Councillor Cordova. You've got a question?
Yes.
Yep.
So I've made a contribution, just riffing off my colleague.
Riffing.
Not ripping, riffing.
Off just clarifying, I thought that's what you said.
RIFF.
Yep.
The musical thing, off Councillor Dean's comments. So a noise complaint is an entirely subjective issue. Rather than taking my word for it that the people who wrote the petition seem to be satisfied at the current state, could we instead amend this motion and author for a calendar period of 2 months and ask our council staff to just get some feedback from those who are on the petition, and if they are satisfied that things have gotten better, we have no need to go through the expense. The ratepayers are happy, and the salty dog will be happy, and this thing will just, in my belief, die away, and everyone will have learned from the experience. Is that acceptable to the council officers as an interim measure?
Ms Shakuti.
Do we have any violent disagreements to it for any reason?
I find that difficult to answer because I'm not the authorised officer under EMCA in this scenario. So our environmental health team and are that.
Are they in the building? That was a rhetorical question.
I've just very quickly had a look at the noise policy, which does articulate what council should do in these instances, and it says if there's, and I apologise for using legalistic language, it's in the policy, if we have reasonable grounds to believe that there's a nuisance or excessive noise, then we should investigate and undertake monitoring. So that's some, I suppose, guidance from the state government on how these matters should be approached.
The CEO would like to add something before I go back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just note that in the drafted motion, it doesn't actually say what the next steps of the investigation are. It's just that the investigation will continue. I think that provides staff with degrees of freedom to listen to the feedback that they've heard from councillors tonight and still exercise discretion about what those enforcement and investigation steps are in accordance with their professional approach and the authorised officers that they are to do this. So I think, whilst ideas about how monitoring might occur and when monitoring might occur have been discussed and certainly were in the paper, I think there's plenty of, freedom for staff to undertake a measured approach in terms of what next, respecting what has been said from councillors around the table this evening.
Councillor Antoli.
Thank you for that feedback. I think that's probably a sensible approach. I do note that some of the petitioners were unwilling at a point in time to allow council staff on their property to do soundings any further. I don't know why. They've softened their approach and they said that they would be more than happy to engage with council staff. So if maybe council staff could use this window of opportunity to do a bit of a survey of them and to see how they feel, and if in general they feel satisfied at the mitigation efforts by the salty dog, then maybe we could get a report back to say, look, things seem to be settled or not, or they could do some casual soundings while there at the same time to balance the subjective with the objective. I personally feel that's all that's necessary rather than engaging an expensive expert, because sound complaints are so subjective, it's so difficult, and a decibel reading, in my opinion, is actually completely unfair because of the way bass travels through walls and things like that. Having said that, I probably don't need a...
reason to measure it.
Sorry?
I'm hoping that was a question because you've already spoken. Is
Yeah,
there a question?
I was just going to say, is that an approach? Is that an approach that can be taken, or does that require, what I'm sharing, require an amendment?
The CEO.
I believe staff can undertake next steps under the currently drafted motion that are flexible enough to ensure that we're continuing to engage, we're continuing to listen, as it points out within the drafted motion that they'll continue to liaise directly with the venue and relevant complainants as part of that process. So I think the motion is more than adequate.
Okay. That might give some satisfaction to those who might be afraid to vote for it then. Thank you.
Councillor Street.
Thank you. I think you'd actually called Councillor Cordover first.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cordover.
Thank you both. So yes, for my contribution, we've heard a lot which has been really useful about the Tasmanian Noise Management Manual. We're going to investigate that nuisance, and for me the persuasive thing here is that we actually have an obligation under EMCA to investigate that nuisance where it occurs. So yes, I think it's important to point out that there is this perception that there's an amphitheatre effect and Roslyn Avenue's affected, Bonnet Hill's affected, but there are some people, and the key word here is it excessive noise or not? You know, even in our motion here tonight, it's called excessive noise from the salty dog, but we will find out whether or not it's actually just noise from the salty dog and it's not excessive. But certainly I think reading the room, there's zero appetite for stopping of live music at the salty dog. I think it's important to make that clear as frequently as we can. And to me, the process here is in fact working, which is that a balance is being struck. For some people, they have very legitimate concerns that they feel that the noise is excessive, but then about 100 times more people than that signed petitions saying actually they think it's fine, and obviously, you know, that they're not necessarily as immediately affected as those residents. But the fact is we're trying to strike this balance, and council, because of that duty under EMCA to investigate those complaints, I was very much persuaded by that concept that there will be certainty as a result of developing that baseline. It will give everyone certainty. Yes, it will cost money, but that's the business of council. And whilst it is, I think, regrettable that resources get deployed to these kinds of things, the reality is if we didn't do it now, we'd have to do it in a year or 10 years or 15 years and we would have no baseline. So it's kind of a cost of doing business. But I did want to finish on this concept that I think it's really important that not just in this issue but in every issue, I've been very impressed by both the civic participation of the people getting involved and organising their community to sign a petition, and also the civic participation of this business that's well respected and really well liked and well patronised by me and many others in trying to find a middle ground and some compromise. But it's important for us as councillors on this issue and every other to not... It specifically says in the discharge of their duties, councillors should not direct staff in what to do. That's a matter for the CEO and the CEO's delegate. So it's really not for us to say how we should deploy the EMCA. That's an operational matter for council staff, and I respect council staff and their expertise, and particularly I respect the CEO and the CEO's delegation. So that's the take-home message here, is it's not for us to say how to do it. It's for the staff under the CEO's leadership to get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cordover. The Deputy Mayor.
That's weird. Look, I have some real difficulty with this for much the same reason as Councillor Dean. I am firmly of the view that live music at this site needs to be protected, and that in its current form it is not unreasonable. And that's a reasonable position for this council to take under the Act as it stands, which calls for the noise emissions to be reasonable in all of the circumstances. And I simply believe that the noise emissions there as they stand are not in any way unreasonable in all of the circumstances of a live music venue that's been in place for many decades. So I have some difficulty with the proposition that we need to continue to investigate the complaint. I'm balancing that with what we've heard from the CEO about his view on the latitude that the motion gives council officers with respect to how they deal with this matter. But again, I come back to my fundamental proposition, which is that live music must be protected at this site. We have been fortunate in Tasmania that we have not seen live music venues suffer the same fate as others in other cities. And I do not want Kingborough to be the start of that trend for Greater Hobart. It cannot happen. And so I do have real difficulty with voting for it. If there were to be an amendment, I would consider it, but at the same time, I'm leaning towards taking the CEO's advice on board and allowing his staff the discretion to deal with this as they see fit. But any steps that go towards a limiting of live music at this site are going to see this come back before the Chamber very, very, very quickly indeed.
CEO, would you like to comment?
Not particularly.
Okay,
other
right.
than noting the tenor of the comments there, and I think the something that we take on board. We've heard the comments of the councillors tonight.
Sorry, you had your speaking face on. You had your speaking face on.
Also my thinking face.
Okay, any further contributions? Councillor Dean and then Councillor...
move an amendment? Yeah.
You'd like to move an amendment?
I would like to move an amendment.
Okay. What is your amendment?
Morton, if she has her emails open. I'll read it out while she's finding it. That the organiser of the petition be advised that council has investigated the complaint of excessive noise emissions from the Salty Dog Hotel in accordance with Section 53 of the Control Act 1994. It is satisfied with the actions taken by the Salty Dog Hotel management, but will continue to liaise with nearby residents and remains open to further investigations.
Just bear with us while we get that up.
Do I get an opportunity to speak to the amendment, Mayor?
If you get a seconder, you will. Do we have a seconder? Seconded. So it's moved by Councillor Dean and seconded by Councillor Antoli. You may now speak to your amendment.
Look, I think I've made my kind of point. I just taking, if this doesn't succeed, I won't be completely unhappy given the sentiment that's been expressed by the CEO, but I do feel like we have an opportunity to strengthen the case here, acknowledge that work has been done, remain open to working with residents and not rule out undertaking the further investigation in addition to the investigation that Officer De Vries has already undertaken. So that is why I've put that forward, and I'm hoping that we can support.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Midgley.
Thank you. Just a question. I'm curious, just under our statutory regulations and obligations, is it okay to follow this process? Just from what I've heard from staff before, that we have a process we need to follow, and I just want to ensure that, we can do that.
Ms. Shakuti.
Because I feel like I've heard from the CEO that he has, they've heard what councillors have shared, and there is taking all that into consideration, but I just want to ensure this under our regulations.
So I'm not 100% certain, and Ms. Quinn, please help me if I'll have an attempt, and if you believe I'm not quite correct. This matter is under EMCA, not the matter that the report is under the Local Government Act because it's a petition, in response to a petition. The investigation is being conducted under EMCA by authorised officers. I don't think council can make determinations about how investigation is conducted and direct officers to do that under EMCA. Is that your understanding, Ms. Quinn?
Yes, and I do want to say that I understand the sentiment, and listening to our councillors is really important, and we do take it into consideration. But also under council's enforcement policy, 4.3.6, so this is on our website, so you can check it at some point. It must be independent. So it says, authorised and council officers will investigate compliance issues impartially and undertake enforcement action in a manner that is free from undue interference. And I would interpret that to be, as well as that we're authorised officers under EMCA, that it isn't advisable for council to make directions about the manner of the investigation.
Ms. Shakuti.
And to echo Ms. Quinn, obviously we can hear and share, see the importance of community views and councillor views. However, this is the framework that we're operating under, and I'm fairly certain that that's how it's applied.
That's interesting. Councillor Midgley.
Thank you for that. I think it is important to understand we are a government, and I'm open to hearing what other people say, but from my listening, is that, you know, we are a government, we have standards that we need to follow and acts and policies. And I can see that pretty much sounds like everyone around the table, you know, really supports live music. Absolutely agree with that. It's a fantastic venue. It brings so many great things to the community here and beyond. But because we are a government organisation, we have rules and regulations that we need to follow. So although I would like to support this, I feel like that the staff have really heard the other sentiments shared in their original recommendation, but I'm open to hearing what other staff have interpreted this themselves.
Ms Shakuti?
I would recommend that the original recommendation stay, particularly in light of the CEO's commentary, which we as our staff will undertake extra due diligence in light of the comments and feedback we've heard tonight. I'd also like to say that our approach when undertaking any investigation with the complaints, not just this one, is to be as reasonable as possible to all involved and be consultative. So we will continue, which I believe we have been doing in this instance, and we will continue to do that in a fair and reasonable way.
Councillor Cordova.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Really good discussion. I support the sentiments that are being espoused by my colleagues, the councillors, but fundamentally I'm absolutely convinced by what the staff have said. It's unequivocal. Certainly I'm looking at our enforcement policy now. We have an obligation. It's part of our policy: proportionality, public interest, consistency, transparency, natural justice, independence. If we do want to show that we support live music, instead of interfering in an ongoing investigation, the best thing we could do is move a motion that says we support live music, ask the state government for a bunch more money to support it here in Kingborough, ask for earmuffs for people if they don't like it, whatever it might be. But this is not the way to get what we want, which is supporting live music in Kingborough, is not to interfere with an ongoing investigation. That's a really bad process. It totally undermines the outcome. So if what we want to see is, you know, live music continuing in Kingborough, and then we interfere with an investigation, that could easily backfire on us. It's just not a sensible or clever way of achieving what we actually want to achieve. The best thing we can possibly do now: pass the original motion as it stands, vote down this amendment, pass the original motion, let the investigation take its course, and that way it will be independent, it will be impartial, and obviously everybody listening to this tonight can tell what the councillors think about this particular situation. They can tell that whilst we're sympathetic to all individuals who are involved, we also have a particular view about live music in Kingborough. That's been made abundantly clear. So let's not interfere with the investigation. Let's just get it done and keep it independent and impartial. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fox.
Question, a process question. Mm-hmm. As we've been advised by staff that the amendment basically would go against the process that we're following legally, that we withdraw that amendment rather than lose it or vote on it, but that I ask whether the mover and seconder could be asked to withdraw.
Yeah, double no chance.
Okay. I think that's all right. Would the mover, Councillor Dean, and the seconder, Councillor Antoli, like to withdraw the amendment? For the record, please, out loud.
No, thank you, Mayor.
No.
Thank you. Okay. All right. I'll just draw everyone's attention to the fact it's 9:05 and we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items plus closed session to go. And I know this is my last council meeting after 15 years and you all want to spend way more time with me, but I think we need to keep it going. So, would anyone else like to speak on the amendment? No? All right. Councillor Dean, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, only just to clarify, I don't think I've heard yet. I'm not convinced yet that an investigation isn't already taking place. And like I said before, we should be really strong in our commitment here to the Salty Dog for the work they've done. And I'm not ruling out paying consultants a load of money to find a baseline down the track. I just think let's wait and see what happens, and go down this path if we absolutely have to only.
Thank you. I'm going to put the amendment to the motion now. So it's as printed on the screen. It's moved by Councillor Dean and seconded by Councillor Antoli. All those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Against? Against. All right, a show of hands is required. All those in favour of the amendment is Councillors Antoli, Dean, Richardson and Street, and those against is Councillors Fox, Cordova, Bain, Midgley and Reet. The amendment is lost. So we are back on the substantive motion. If anybody who hasn't made a contribution would like to make one, please do so now. Otherwise, we'll continue on. Back on the substantive motion. No? Okay. The substantive motion was moved by Councillor Bain and seconded by Councillor Cordova. Councillor Bain, did you want to sum up?
No. Only to say I think it's been a good discussion and we've gone right through it. So let's hope... one thing I do want to say is something that Councillor Antoli's already raised is I think we should be thanking the Salty Dog owners for the noise mitigation measures they've already put in place, and also thank the staff that have been working on getting some solutions for the community on this one. So that's it.
Thank you. I will now put the original motion, moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Cordova. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Against. Okay, a show of hands is required. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Is Councillors Fox, Cordova, Bain, Midgley, Richardson, Street and Reet. And those against is Councillors Antoli and Dean. The motion is carried. Great. Only 5 more items to go. Page 164, Fees and Charges 2026-27, with a recommendation on page 165. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved, Councillor Cordova, seconded, the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cordova.
Thank you, Mayor. Mostly we'll take this report as read. There was an extensive workshop that councillors participated in as well, and it never brings anybody joy to have fees and charges, and we recognise the extensive cost of living crisis that's taking place in our community, and we take it seriously. Also, this is set amidst the geopolitical tensions, the inflation, the housing crisis. Our residents are indeed doing it tough, and it never comes easily to increase fees and charges. But of course, we are running an organisation with a certain level of expected service levels, and therefore we have to make sure that we are running a financially sustainable council in accordance with our strategic plan. In general, the fees and charges here have been increased by 5.1% in line with March CPI for Tasmania, unless a different change amount has been nominated for other reasons, such as cost recovery objectives or comparisons to other councils, and you can see that in the report. Given council's desire to continue to address the operating deficit situation and alleviate rate increases as much as possible, officers have performed a thorough review of all fees and charges, including benchmarking against other councils and providers and assessing the cost of providing the service to ensure fees are relevant and sustainable. With that, I'll take the rest of the report as read, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cordova. Any discussion? No. If not, I will put the recommendation. We don't have... Councillor Midgley is still out of the room, so I'll put the recommendation. It's moved by Councillor Cordova and seconded by Councillor Street. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried unanimously for those who are in the room. Page 186, AGM Notice of Motion, Planning and Compliance Reporting, with a recommendation on page 188. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Let's share that love around. Who would like to move this? Come on, you're not buying a house. Councillor Fox, thank you very much. And a seconder.
Yes, happy to second.
Councillor Bain. Councillor Fox, thank you.
I'm not going to speak to the motion. It's
okay.
as read.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Councillor Bain, a seconder, or anyone else like to speak to the motion? No? Okay, great. I'll put the recommendation as printed on page 188. Moved by Councillor Fox, seconded by Councillor Bain. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried unanimously. Page 189, financial report for April 2026, with a recommendation on the following page. Looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved, Councillor Bain. Seconded, Councillor Cordover. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. So, financial report, April 2026. Our budgeted underlying deficit of 2.524, which was set at the start of the financial year, is now forecast to be 1.237. So it's quite a significant improvement to the bottom line of 1.287 million. On the revenue side of things, the main drivers appear to be the statutory fees and fine forecasts, $480,000 above budget, user fees $230,000, and interest on investments $160,000. So I guess looking to the new financial year coming, the question here is, can we get an indication of how many of these revenue increases we're likely to see become recurrent and impact next financial year's budget, or are these just one-off type increases?
Mr Spinks.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as has been alluded to in the question, some of them are sort of more one-off and some of them are recurring in nature. So, those which we can expect to carry forward into next year's budget are the user fees at membership, gym membership at the sports centre, interest revenue, the container refund scheme. Planning fees are budgeted in the draft budget to be higher than budget for this year, but still less than the forecast for this year, because this year's forecast includes some rather large one-off sort of large development fees. So the ones that we will carry forward are the gym membership, interest revenue and container refund scheme.
Councillor Bain.
Yes, all in all, I think it's a great result that we're going to have an additional $1.2 million forecast at the moment, and I think there's probably even that may even increase by the end of the financial year. So a good result and some healthy carry forward balance into next year.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Any further questions or comments? No. You don't want to sum up, Councillor Bain? Feel free to. Not to stifle debate. Thank you. I will put the recommendation as printed on page 190. Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Cordover. All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. Takes us to page 209 with a recommendation on the same page. It's the appendices. Looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved Councillor Midgley, seconded Councillor Fox. Any questions on the appendices? No. Councillor Midgley.
Only just to note, Mayor, that I noticed the meeting that you chair.
Yes.
And just a big thank you for being a long-time chair of that meeting, and all congratulations on all the great outcomes that you've achieved in that role, doing chair of that committee.
Thank you, and it will be one of the positions that the CEO is aware that we will need to fill in the coming weeks, another nominee for the Access Committee, so people might want to think about whether they have the capacity to take that on. We've got a new set of people on the Access Committee at the moment, as well as a number of organisations represented for the first time, and we've only had, I think, 2 or 3 meetings of that new group, and they're very, very productive. So my little infomercial is, please give it some thought. Because there's some great stuff that I think is planned for this year. So thank you very much. Okay, so I will put the appendices moved by Councillor Midgley, seconded by Councillor Fox. All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. Page 209, notices of motion. There are no notices of motion. Before I go into... before I go into the items to be dealt with in closed session, while we're still in open session, I just wanted to seek the indulgence of my colleagues just to say a few words as I exit local government after 15 years. For me, tonight is a bit of a moment of reflection, some gratitude, and I think some optimism for the future. It has been an absolute honour to serve as Mayor for the last 5 years. For me personally, though, it was the right time to take a step back from 30 years in public life. And I am very excited about what comes next with going to be the CEO of Tascos, but having enjoyed the role so much, it's never easy to make that big decision. So I reflect on all that's been achieved, and I sort of sat down yesterday to think about what I wanted to say tonight, and I thought, well, there's quite a few things that I wanted to highlight. We've continued to invest in infrastructure to try and keep up with the growth in our municipality. I love the way our main street looks now. I love the murals that we have that are popping up on buildings where we're trying to we're beautifying the place by preventing more graffiti. We've got investment. We've got the AFL Training and Administration Centre and, of course, the Jack Jumpers and Jules High Performance Centre. And both of them are going to create opportunity, jobs, long-term economic benefit, but importantly for the kids, they create a sense of pride and of what's possible. And kids, when I go to schools now or they come in here, they get very excited about those things. We had the state's first floating wetlands, and to use natural and sustainable technology to treat polluted stormwater, and that is very exciting indeed. I would say we are home to the best playground in Tasmania that we can be very, very proud of. And we have really activated the Kingborough Community Hub in recent years with so many different activities and events there. And something that became very important post-COVID, we've connected Kingborough more through our Tracks and Trails network. And that has become very important to people in our community when you realise for that time when you could only go 5 kilometres away from where you lived. And we opened up the opportunity for people in wheelchairs to feel the sand on their toes and feel the water again with our beach matting. And that's, we just talked about the Access Committee. That's one of the things that we worked on for quite a long time. I have personally strived to ensure that we have an inclusive community, and I'm proud to have led the development along with Councillor Midgley, who was a big proponent of it, our first LGBTIQA plus strategy, but also our multicultural one, because I've wanted every person in our community to know they belong, they are valued, and they are seen. But they're the tangible things. They're the things you can touch and you can feel. And beyond the projects, I think the thing that I will take away from all of this is the people, because local government at its very heart is all about the people. And I've enjoyed the many conversations that I've had at neighbourhood houses, the meetings with community groups where we've sat down and we've worked through solutions to many issues. And quite often that is quiet stuff. It's not the stuff of headlines. You won't read about it in the Mercury, you won't read about it in the Chronicle. It's just stuff that you do when you're mayor, and it's quiet and it's purposeful advocacy. And it's been really lovely to hear from some of those community groups in the last few weeks that they felt that we had lots of open discussions and that we were able to solve some things along the way. I'm very grateful to residents who have stopped me in the street or in the supermarket to share an idea or a concern or even a hope. I've loved visiting community organisations, events, school visits. Love hosting school kids here. It's so much fun. Lots of great questions from kids. Sporting clubs, our amazing volunteers that we will celebrate on Friday night. Local businesses, the community organisations, all of those people make up Kingborough as such a great place. I have absolutely loved the citizenship ceremonies. As somebody who was brought up by a mum who came here in 1952, the honour to actually make people an Australian citizen is something that you cannot understand until you have done it. It is a very, very powerful moment. But I am really proud of what we have achieved, but I also want to acknowledge that we don't always get it right. We've not always got everything right. No one or no entity ever does. And leadership does sometimes mean, and quite often mean, making difficult decisions. And it means listening, and it means learning, and it means adapting, and it means accepting criticism. No council and no mayor gets every decision perfect, and that's just humanity. And we just need to accept that. When I first stood for mayor, I spoke about wanting to build a kind and caring community. And I said then that that culture starts with leadership, that if we want respect, if we want compassion and we want integrity in our community, that it had to begin with me leading by example. And I have tried to live up to that commitment every single day in this job. I reflect on what's been achieved, and I can say with complete sincerity that every decision I've made was driven by a desire to leave this community stronger, fairer and more connected than when I came into the position. So it is a bit bittersweet, and I've had literally hundreds of messages, of cards, of phone calls, of flowers since I said I was leaving, and I haven't had an opportunity to respond to all of them, but I am very, very grateful and they have been very much appreciated. So I would just like to place on record my thanks to a few people. First to my former Deputy Mayor, former Councillor Claire Gladeright, who has joined us this evening. I'd like to thank her for her hard work over the last 3.5 years and her support and her friendship. And I believe she's going to make an absolutely valuable contribution to the upper house, and I wish her every success in her role. Thank you to the extraordinary staff here at Kingborough. Our staff work incredibly hard for the community every single day, and they do it quietly, professionally, and with deep commitment. And too often in recent years, they have faced comments that have gone beyond robust debate and they've crossed into intensely personal criticism, particularly through social media. As the public face of the Local Government Association's Lift the Tone campaign, I have kept saying repeatedly for the past year, you can debate issues fiercely and not agree, but you can do it respectfully. And so I ask everyone who may watch this at some stage online, anyone who's sitting in this room, or anyone else who wants to talk to me about it, whether you're a member of the community or you're a councillor or a potential councillor, please take that on board. Behind every role is a human being, and it's someone who cares deeply about the job that they do and the community that they serve. And I want our staff here to know that I see their dedication and I appreciate their resilience, and I thank each and every one of them for the work they do and continue to do. I knew I was going to cry at some stage, damn it. So I say to them, I'm sorry that you've been subjected to online personal attacks, because no one should endure that for the jobs that they do. So, to my fellow councillors, past and present, thank you. Like any group of passionate people, we didn't always agree. There were times when we all challenged each other strongly, and at times when I think probably the relationships were tested. But that's part of public life and it's part of democracy. So it wasn't always rainbows and unicorns, but often we worked together with a shared commitment to this community and a genuine desire to make things better for the people that we serve. Tonight is a good example. We were split in votes on a couple of matters. We did it respectfully, we worked through the issues, and we got outcomes. As I said, you can always disagree respectfully and still value the contribution that someone makes. Different perspectives make us stronger, and they push us to think differently, and they do result in better outcomes from our municipality. No major achievement is ever the work of one person alone, and you'll notice in the examples I gave at the start about the things that we've built, I've used the word we. I haven't used the word I, because the projects that I have highlighted today have happened because we all came together as councillors and as staff to see those projects come to fruition. And I'm proud of having played an integral role in those, but they have been collective efforts. So, to all of the councillors I have served alongside, thank you for your contributions. your commitment, for the many enduring friendships that I have made, and that the role that each of you have played in shaping our community's future and will do moving forward. There's the tough bit. To my family and friends, yep. Thank you for your patience, your support and your understanding whilst I swallowed up many long hours and less time with all of you in the past 5 years, particularly my children, Daniel and Amy, and my husband, Julian. Public life comes with sacrifice, and I could not have done it with all of them beside me and my extended family. And finally, to our community. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for the privilege of representing you. Thank you for the many conversations, the encouragement, the challenges, and the opportunity to serve. I leave this role proud of what we've built together, proud of the direction of our municipality, and optimistic about its future. And although I'm stepping away from this role, I will never stop believing in the power of community or in the importance of leading with kindness. So if I can, I'd like to leave councillors and candidates with some advice. A few weeks ago, I read an article about a Tasmanian by the name of Andy Baird. He's a former director of the Tasmanian Museum and Art Gallery, and he now lives in the Huon Valley as a Zen Buddhist monk. He had some really good advice about how people should behave every day. And I think they resonated with me because my late father was quite drawn to Buddhism. So I leave you with these words. It's a direct quote. I apologise for one word that he uses that perhaps is not language I would otherwise use. But he simplified Zen Buddhism as living by these principles. He said, and I quote, "Don't be a dickhead. Don't be mean to people. Stop being so full of yourself. Stop putting yourself first. Don't take life too seriously, and don't give energy to anger and delusion." So what he was saying, what I've taken away from that, is where I started. And I went back the other day and I found my speech that I gave 5 years ago when I stood for this, and I said, just be kind. And that's what I hoped that I have achieved. I want us to live in a kind world, and I want Kingborough to continue to be kind because we will be a better place for it. So thank you. Righto. Moving on to page 209. The recommendation is that in accordance with... I need a mover and a seconder, that we move into closed session to consider confirmation of minutes, applications for leave of absence and rain and horn lease. Do I have a mover? Councillor Midgley, and a seconder, Councillor Fox. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried. So in accordance with the Council's meetings and councillor workshops audio recording guidelines policy, recording of the open session of the meeting will now cease. Open session of Council adjourned at 9:30 p.m. Open session of Council now adjourns. Thank you to those in the public gallery who have been part of this. Closed session of Council now begins at 9:30 p.m.